Құрметті қонақтар, залға өтулеріңізді сұраймыз. Dear guests, we kindly ask you to proceed to the hall. Уважаемые гости, просим пройти в зал. Панельдік сессияны бастаймыз. We are now starting panel session. Начинаем панельную сессию. Жасанды интеллект және инновациялардың
Artificial intelligence and life cycle of innovations. Synergy of development institutes of Kazakhstan.
Искусственный интеллект и жизненный цикл инноваций. Синергия институтов развития Казахстана. Модератор.
Our moderator is Sana Jaltykhan, CEO of Kaz Innovation, Arman Ashkin.
Айтмухамед Алдажаров, CEO of Kaz Trade. Didar Karimsakov, CEO, Kazakhstan Investment Corporation. Marat Yelbayev, CEO, Chairman of the Management Board at the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, JSC.
Сәлеметсіздер, құрметті әртістер, қонақтар және достар, қош келдіңіздер. Мен үшін бүгін
Dear guests, welcome to our event. So it's a great honor for me to open this session. In this venue, we are seeing great specialists in their respective fields. Thank you very much for coming. I'm Sanat Jaltykhan. I'm CEO of Kaz Innovations. I would like to welcome all of the guests of this international forum, Digital Bridge. The AI International Center was established recently, Alem AI. It was opened with participation with participation of our president and Pavel Durov. So I'd like to thank my colleagues. Thank you for accepting our invitation to take part in this session. Thank you so much for your time, for your attention, and I think that today digitalization has become a very relevant topic for Kazakhstan. Digital solutions, digital innovations. Kazakhstan has already achieved a lot. A new Ministry of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Development was created. Now it's time to start a new stage, deep tech, in order to make our economy competitive. We have everything necessary for that. I mentioned that at different platforms, we do have land, vast land resources. We have mineral resources, rare earth metals. Kazakhstan is top 10 producer of those. We do have human capital. So in order to continue its path with innovations, let's discuss AI and life cycle of innovations and how development institutes of Kazakhstan can collaborate and cooperate to make that happen. Kazakhstan is facing a challenge to make our economy more competitive, diversified, to enhance our value chains, because this can help us become more competitive. On the global market, we face huge competition, US, Europe, China. So in terms of competitiveness, here you can see Paul Michael Romer, who got a Nobel Prize proving what has the biggest effect on competitiveness in the global world. Two factors: human capital, brains. I always said, and I will keep saying, that in Kazakhstan we have great human capital. We can be sure that our brains are no worse than those in the other countries, such as Korea or US. So we need ambition. And most importantly, we have to mention the second factor, which is investment in technologies, R&D, and innovations. So now the time has come to start working on the national level, to understand that innovations can really take our economy one level up. Because my friends who are good experts in math and technology, they left for the US and other countries. But I'm saying, let's transform our economy. Me, as a citizen of Kazakhstan, I want to make sure that my children and my grandchildren would bring good things to our country. So the success of innovations is beyond any doubt. We have seen China. A month ago, we visited biggest corporations there, and they're very advanced because they focused on innovations and technology. UAE, as a country, has a lot to offer in terms of our learning. Now they are making a leapfrog in terms of development of new technologies and new value chains. So bigger countries focus on innovations and technology, in a nutshell. Now have a look. Kazakhstan is facing a challenge for the nearest future to really make a leapfrog and increase the GDP of our country. The potential of our country, which can come from innovations, so we can generate trillions of tenge through innovations. This is our potential. We have to understand that. This is something real. This is something we can achieve all together. And this can really help our economy to grow. And we always like talking about critical thinking and ask inconvenient questions. Yes, we would like to improve our economy, but there are always objective and subjective reasons for not doing so. So what do we need to do? Let's try to estimate our potential. What does our country have? I have prepared a presentation to rely on, but let me speak my own words. So we have land, we have raw materials, minerals, English law, development institutions. We invited many to this event, Kaz industry development associations. We do have everything: talents, genetics, industry development, but something is missing. So in our ministry, we started a process of change, but we need priorities. In Kaz innovations, we have identified, out of many priorities, the most important ones, using a foresight exercise to see the monetary capacity globally. So first, monetary capacity. After that, we decided to see what do we have in Kazakhstan. This is as-is analysis. Startups, patents, anything that we can monetize, where we can have ambitions to fulfill, where we can take a market share. So the Ministry of Science and Education has got its own priorities. The Ministry of Industry is on its own. So people are looking in different directions. But there is no much progress. And I'm happy to say now that we need to create real economy. We need high-tech economy. We need to create new value chains. Sayasat Nurbekovich, the minister, talked about that at one of the sessions. We need new value chains. We used to sell dirty selenium, but after some processing, after some investments, we managed to manufacture clean selenium, and the value grows immensely. So what does it mean, the innovation concept? It is something new on the market, and I'll show you the examples of value chains. We need factories. We need to manufacture goods that will be demanded on the market. So we'd like to be free of illusions. So if we come up with iPhone, we won't sell it in current realities because it's about the consumers market. And I like the tactics of invisible champions. Why should we compete with Boeing or iPhone? Let's see what is being sold already, and let's try to manufacture a spare part or detail that these monsters will buy from us. So let's focus on one small detail. Rather than building Boeing, let's I don't know, manufacture chassis or many other details are possible to produce to help a bigger industry. So this is a life cycle of innovations. From idea generation, then fundamental science, applied science, then we can wrap it up in patents, intellectual property, prototyping, and then comes the production. At the last mile, it's export. So if you look at this life cycle of innovations, well, it's great. First of all, in Kazakhstan, by the order of the ministry, we established this life cycle of innovations where development institutions may take part at any stage. So we studied other countries' experiences. Yes, we do have duplication of function as an issue. There are different controversial priorities. Sometimes it's difficult for the startups to prosper. Let's say a startup comes to this scientific fund, but it's a better client for Kaz Innovation or someone else. But we must act in synergy. We need to make sure that the startups choose the correct governmental support measures so that they are not lost in this universe of development institutions. Here, maybe it's quite an archaic allegory, but we can say that science is like a heart. Science is what drives the economy. Brain is intellectual property, transparent. And financial institutes are food to make sure the body lives. So we are all one organism. We are all parts of the innovation's life cycle. Here you can see some examples. Transparent works in its own way. Science Fund works in its own way. But we need to think how we can change the situation. So you can have a look at the next slide. Do we offer any solutions? So, dear colleagues, this is our panel discussion. So now the time has come for all the development institutions to join our efforts to create a so-called innovation passport or innovation ID to see what is the stage of development and what can be supported by different development institutions to avoid the duplication, because it is more effective for the businesses and startups to walk the same route. So we need to make sure that they navigate well among the development institutions, whether it's IP or CAS innovation or CAS trade, to better navigate in this universe of funding. So we need to create this value chain. So having this opportunity, I'd like to offer the following. I think that it's not enough to generate one ID passport. So let's think about the organization. We have a digital headquarters, digital HQ, digital documents. Kazakhstan is ranked in top 10 countries for its digitalization because we are successful in integration. We have the Digital Vice Ministers Institute, so we can create an innovative HQ and compare notes every month, brainstorm, get together. Because if you ask everyone a question, what do other development institutions do? You won't answer. But when we do brainstorming together, then we'll have more insights. We'll be able to generate value. So during this session, 2 initiatives are being offered, and we will discuss those. It's very important to add AI here in this digital ID so that tomorrow, if a startup comes, we, having studied the big data proactively, would understand whether it's a level of export, then go to CAS trade or CAS export, or you are on the initial stage. And it's better for the science fund to deal with you. Colleagues, if we all collect big data, we will have great big data. Machine learning could be used to study this big data and create AI agents to offer services for our businesses. So that is all from me. So I hope that I didn't go too much beyond time allocated. So we can start our discussion. I'm not limiting any one of you. I will ask you questions that have been prepared before the meeting, but if you have any presentations to make, welcome, because it's very important for our audience to know more about your institutions and government support measures. What do you do and what benefits you can offer for the businesses? The first question goes to you, my neighbor, Arman Yentuganovich. He used to work in CAS Innovation. Now he is leading the Science Fund of the Ministry of Education and Science. They are focusing on commercialization. And now AI could be used to process the applications. If we look through the business processes, AI could be used for monitoring of grants allocation. So my question goes to you. What is your vision? What are your plans in your science fund, in your business processes? Where can you start using AI? Dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum, I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I used to work in CAS Innovations, and we discussed these matters with Sanat a lot. How can we use AI in development institutes, and where scholars and innovators can go to receive best treatment. So now we are making our first step to shape an action plan to implement the mentioned initiatives. And I think that it's very relevant. The innovations policy is now under the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. So we will work on integration and possible removal of duplications. So let me share some details about the Science Fund. The Science Fund has been financing for the last 10 years the projects seeking to commercialize the technology. We provide grants for commercialization, and we also help projects. We do monitoring and analysis.
We see already some of the results of this program, more than 400 projects and portfolios, and there are some projects that have already achieved billions of value. And we try not to stop on this, expand the functionality of the Science Fund projects like business incubation, business acceleration, venture financing, international cooperation, and so on. And here, by the initiative of the head of state, we are starting our first acceleration program, the large-scale AI SANA, and you've probably heard about it yesterday, also voiced by the head of state. And I wanted to talk about this. We call it ISANA, which is AI SANA. It covers hundreds of thousands of students and teachers around the country. And these are not just courses on AI. It's a large-scale acceleration program where on the first stage we cover 600,000 students, then 100,000 students that will also take more advanced courses together with international partners, and we're developing the program now. We're planning to start it in the beginning of next year. AI entrepreneurship, and IT skills, and then we will start our pre-acceleration and acceleration stages. In the end, we expect 3,000 projects. Some projects will obviously be at the initial stage, some will come to MVP, some will be scaled up. The task and objective of this program is not just acceleration, but to transform the thinking of students, to make them ready to this new era of artificial intelligence, first of all, and secondly, we are sure that we will see success stories, because maybe not immediately, but following certain time, we will definitely see the results. And we already have the first unicorn startups from Kazakhstan, and we hope that they will start to grow even more. As for the use of AI in the selection processes and other processes, we can also consider this question. And this is the importance of the time we are living in. And this can start with submitting applications. Then at the stage of the expertise, there should be some understanding at the governmental level. We are currently using the evaluations of local and foreign experts. We have National Scientific Council as well. And we will probably need to think more about how to further transform this process. But today's platform is a good opportunity to exchange opinions about innovation developments in our country. We're also working on venture financing, and I see some colleagues present here. So the question is, do we need to develop several initiatives on venture financing? I know that Kaz Innovation also has these functions. We have new ministry. There is also science fund. Maybe we need to combine all of the efforts and have one player, or it's good to keep several players. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Maybe we need to give some grants to some players so that they have digitized the process. And you're absolutely right that the initiatives of the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence and that is also dealing with digitalization now, there is a lot of work on this, and this funds, venture funds are important in the field of science and commercialization. There should be maybe a specialized fund that will be only focusing on this type of projects. And if we take the life cycle of innovations, so for example, the science has generated something, and I wanted to use this opportunity to thank Sabit for mentioning the protection of intellectual properties. I had some experience when I visited United States, and I tried to get a patent there. I waited for 3 years, but some of my friends did get the patent there. So it's an interesting work. It's a big work for lawyers, for IT representatives, and there are new trends now in the use of AI, and maybe you can tell us how other initiatives are developing, like for benchmarking and to accelerate the expertise, to find some analogies. So I want to give you the floor, and if you have a presentation, you can also show the presentation. Yeah, good day, dear friends. I'd like to thank Sanat for inviting us to participate in this session. The topic is very important: innovations and artificial intelligence. These two notions are interrelated because artificial intelligence is directed at opening up those roots and those ideas and making sure it gets to the result. And I've been working in Kaspatent for more than 1 year, and when I just came to Kaspatent, I saw the following dynamics. So we have certain patents we have registered, and we are doing an expertise, but we also see that the main participants are also participants of state financing for grants, but startup participants who use their own private financing for scientific inventions are very rare. And I made my conclusion that it's just governmental or close to governmental organizations dealing with such new scientific inventions. And maybe some educational facilities are also applying, but it's just formal relations because they want to get a patent in order to close up their reporting as part of grant financing. So this is the only thing important for them, but they don't continue with that then. This is what we see from our statistics now, and now commercialization is close to zero. So it's a warning signal. And why do we finance this scientific project which don't lead to commercialization? And as I've worked in the Ministry of Finance for a long time, I believe this is completely irrational use of budget money. And we allocate so much money. You've seen from my colleague the amounts, but unfortunately, none of this leads to commercialization. And in this regards, we've met Sanat with you and discussed what can CAS patent make for development of digitalization, of commercialization, and in this regards, AI could help us. We see that with the help of AI, we can do the following. First is to simplify the procedures. Like Mr. Sanat has mentioned, it's not easy to get a patent. It's quite a long and quite a complex work, and many people even having great ideas. I can tell you, I have an acquaintance of mine who has developed a great idea to use gas equipment. This idea is already working. It's already generating some income to a company, but he couldn't get a patent for it. So we see that there is no proper coverage, and many private organizations that are already using new innovations, they just couldn't formulate it into patent to get even more income from it. And in this regards, we're thinking, what can we make with the help of AI? First, to simplify the procedure, simplify the deadlines, maybe to accelerate the deadlines. So today, in order to get a patent, it takes you 18 months. This is too long. And we see that many enterprises, knowing that there are such difficulties, they just don't go for it. And we are thinking about creating some centers that would assist such companies, private companies, to get their patents registered. And as of today, we have special centers to support technologies and innovations under all universities, all educational facilities. So these are some patent specialists who are helping our scientists under universities to make their applications for patents. Next thing we can do is to help with access to information, because when we receive applications for patents, we usually refer to international information to assess whether there is novelty, whether there is relevance, and we analyze trends together with our development institutes, with the Science Fund, to determine in which directions we do have perspectives. And AI could also help us to develop some common approaches between science and innovation. And in this regards, we are also ready to work on this. And I fully agree with you that we need to set priorities. I remember, like, maybe around 10 years ago, there was some invention in Kazakhstan where they started to producing tablets. But why do we need to produce tablets while there are so many producers around the world already? We need to think about our niches, like agriculture or logistics or ecology or something related to water. We have some priority directions where we can support our science with the use of AI, and we need to base on not just our domestic science, but also use already available projects somewhere in the Central Asian hub. So make it the hub here, but cover startups around whole Central Asia, not just Kazakhstan. But overall, I think we have a purpose here. And why have we gathered here? There is always a life cycle for any idea. Like, first we start with the idea, then register it as an intellectual property, then we see whether there is an export potential, then whether there is an industrial feasibility. And there are many aspects which I didn't know when I just came to CAS Patent. I didn't know about the difficulties, about the drawbacks that are present in this field, but now we've identified them and we are working on them. And I'm grateful that we have this opportunity to discuss, and maybe as part of the panel sessions like this one, maybe we can also have some additional working meetings to share our opinions, to see how we can overcome this, because this is a common goal to make our science develop and make it working. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, you have touched upon very painful issues. Actually, the innovative policy today, if it will be shifted to the competence of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, then we can think about some new tools like technological brokership. Because I was always thinking that we need to go to the industry, to the plants, and see what they need. And then we need to come to the academia and say, see, this is what the industry needs. Please develop this and that. And I think this is the right approach, and I think we will come to it. And when you say that there are several centers available already, but you all know that we have the centers for servicing population, like one-stop shops. Maybe we need to create some sort of similar office, like one-stop shop. We will teach one representative where any company can come, ask any questions, and we will provide all information, like what kind of development institutes we have, what kind of tools for assistance we have. So we can make it an online center, we can train them, and it will be similar to those one-stop shops, but for this AI patent registration or something like this. And we are making this AI Gov, so digitizing at astana.com, all sorts of grants and all subsoil users and others. And this will be like the continuation of this. Thank you very much for joining our session. We believe that this intellectual part should be developed in Kazakhstan. We need to generate these approaches. And what I was misunderstanding all the time, why I came back from the United States, because they came, well, if you get the patent somewhere in Central Asia, it will not be working outside. That's why we needed to go to Texas or in general to the United States to get the patents and then to develop the competences. But we need those qualified specialists that would get training outside but would come back to Kazakhstan and train others. And if we follow the life cycle, next is investments. And this is very important. I think this is what everyone needs, financing, funding. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Karim Sakov. This is the chairperson of the Kazakhstan Investment Corporation. And I'd like to also ask Mr. Didar. So as you are managing the fund, you have venture capital, you support hundreds of companies in different sectors of the economy, and we already understand now that many investment corporations are using AI to evaluate the projects, to assess the risks. And I wanted to ask you, what plans do you have in the field of the application of AI? What plans do you have? What vision do you have in this regards? Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, dear Sanat, for inviting us here. It is a very important topic, and if you allow me, I'll continue in Russian. So, in a nutshell, just a couple of days ago, I read an article that the experience of the Norwegian pension fund, it's like a benchmark in the world on how to passively manage the assets and earn very good incomes for the country, for citizens. And they have been introducing AI for several years in their procedures. And their assets now are around 2 trillion USD. It's like 1.8, which you can also review online. You can see how much they are generating every second. And you can see how the figures are changing every second. And per year, they conduct around 46 million transactions. and the transaction costs are like around 2 billion USD. And in our case, our assets are just 2.4 billion. So that means that this is our whole capital. They are spending only for transaction costs. And using AI, they have reduced the cost for 5%, and they are planning to reduce it to 20%. So the savings would be 20%, and this could be a very great approach. And they are reviewing now what they can do in this field. There is a great potential in this field. And if we look at AI and how is it used, you've mentioned that yesterday there was the first AI council with the participation of the head of state, and the speakers mentioned three main things that are important is data. I think we all have data. For example, under Bacteria Group, we have supported 100,000 companies. And next is infrastructure to process this data, analyze it, and use it. And third, we need talents. And as for the talents, human resources, we also do have great potential. And the fact that we have the first unicorn in Kazakhstan, and it's exactly in this area, in AI, this is the confirmation that we do have talents in this field. So everyone was trying to catch it in fintech, and you probably know how many startups there were in fintech. Everyone wanted to repeat the success of Kaspi or Freedom, but actually the first unicorn was in the field of AI, and I think it was even without government support. So, and the fact that we already have e-government and others, we as a country, we sort of supported this, but it was made by private sector, by private companies. And the fact that we do have e-gov, we have banking applications for sending applications and opening, and for example, you can update your ID online and so on. You use many online services.
So I think that such mechanisms and tools could be used. We are implementing few things, like AI bots that may use different facilities, analyze the information. Because there are questions, what kind of support could be supported by whom, by which development institute. So on this stage, we have an understanding that different institutes use different tools to check the collateral, the state of equipment. So we do the front office work as well. And we do that through DAMU and its branches, where one front office is established with all the information about different support tools. So we can do the same. First of all, they have a network of branches. They have talents trained. So with online training, they can also offer such tools and instruments to businessmen, and this will be good for the businesses, because now we are moving from ideation through patents to upscaling and exportation. This is the ideal chain. So I think that there is huge potential here for the development of AI, and we do understand that AI market is huge, less than 200 billion in 2023. But the forecast is 5 trillion by 2030. This will be a blue ocean where everyone wants to invest. Because we have a task to become a digital state in 3 years, and without that, we won't be able to succeed. So we will do that, we will implement that. So I think that we're not the institute to finance many projects. We have rare but unique transactions, but we can use AI for different standard procedures. And in the nearest future, maybe by the end of next year, we'll be able to report on successes in AI implementation. It's a must that we have to do. Yes, your company is quite big, Kazakhstan Investment Corporation, QIC. So we have people. We just need to give them scripts to teach them how to do that. So having our own tools, such as notification for the population, we can say you can consult with DAMU, Kaz Innovation Science Fund. So we need to make it happen in reality. Let's realize this case. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your understanding. So we are seeing creativity in action. It's when we can really connect different elements together. Your big data, our big data, communication, to come up with new insights and new solutions. During this session, we have already generated an idea that there is infrastructure that can be upscaled for the benefit of businesses through one front office, such as DAMU platform, in order to consult across all the state support measures. Now, let me give the floor to the next speaker. I hope we are not sleeping. I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker to talk about financing for big projects. We have Development Bank of Kazakhstan present here. It's like an energy system for the economy. You give energy to bigger projects in our country. AI is used globally in order to evaluate perspectives, risks, do the risk hedging as well. So please share your vision. CEO of Development Bank of Kazakhstan, Marat Yelibayev, over to you. If you have the slides to show, please do that. So how Development Bank of Kazakhstan, DBK, plans to use AI tools and digital technologies in your work, and how it will affect further operations at the last mile, because AI is doomed to bring effectiveness, to optimize OPEX or business processes or speed and time. Something was done in a month's time, now it will be done in 3 days, or 100 documents will be processed in a second. So we want our government to be invisible state, when we do something proactively for the citizens and provide government services. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanaj Aldihan. Dear colleagues, I'd like to thank the organizers and you personally for the opportunity to discuss these things. Many colleagues are talking about the interrelated issues, same pains, same challenges that we try to address in our work. So I fully agree that it's important to join the efforts and address the issues together. There are two levels of the question. The question of digitalization and AI in our activities. And second part is about competitiveness and effectiveness of our joint work. I will not show all of my presentation because of time limit. Couple of details about DBK, established in 2001 with the main focus to do debt financing for large and medium-sized projects for the manufacturing industry and infrastructure. We are part of Baytirek Group. It's a holding company With KIC and many others, we have 7 subsidiaries in one holding. So if we speak about digitalization and AI, back in time, last year, we had established a KPI on AI. Why? 2 reasons. First, we understand that this helps with optimization, efficiency, and quality of our work. And these are 2 parts again. There are internal processes that we are optimizing with AI. 3-tier process. In the first tier, instead of 5 days, now it takes 10 minutes. Thanks to AI, thanks to connection to state databases and big data, we can do it quite quick. So by doing that, we understand that many things could be much quicker. Therefore, we are implementing the KDB product space to understand the stage of a product development, and if there are bottlenecks, we try to address them quickly. And we also implement product-level approach. In the past, we were process-oriented, like processes between the departments, so the process flows that way. Many government agencies and companies understand the difference. So now we are going to be product-focused in order to generate the result. We established product teams for the client and sponsors of a project to get timely funding. In this context, it's important to prepare big data. It's a basis for high-quality data to prepare algorithms and make decisions. We created the corporate warehouse of data, and now we are implementing algorithms to use AI for decision-making. By the end of this year, we hope that some of the documents will be prepared by AI. With the help of risk managers and analysts, we're going to do that. So, besides internal processes, it's important to mention that we also have CR, client relations. We financed more than 40 projects for 1.5 billion tenge. Therefore, implementation of new technologies and innovations and AI are key for our projects. 2 projects that we'd like to mention. 3 projects: Silknet.com, Kazakh Telecom, and NIT. To finance infrastructure, it's important to have infrastructure for big data, for algorithms. Several projects were financed with NIT on data centers. Also, we financed projects on the access to internet. In villages, more than 1,200 villages were connected to internet through broadband network. It's about equal access to opportunities. And here, it's very important to do this work together with our clients to promote such things. And of course, technology is important, funding is important, but let's not forget about the mindset, about the culture to shape all of this. Innovative mindset. Usually, financiers are very conservative by their nature. Therefore, the culture of startups, culture of innovation is very important in government agencies and development institutes. If we go to our previous slide, you can see that this year we conducted datathon, we do town halls, we prepared a team of analysts who are not thinking trivially. So they have unique thinking, out-of-the-box thinking, changing the paradigm of development for the banks in general. That's what I wanted to say. But answering your question, slide number 4, many things that we talk about today at Byte Holding, we do that already. Number 4. So the digital infrastructure is being developed. One call center, one AI chatbot, one portal for support at Byte Holding. This work is being done. We are creating one data warehouse because Byte offers lending as well as equity financing, export-import agency, Odbasy, Kazakh Agrarian Corporation financing. A lot of information is available, and now we are going to use it for decision making. Apologies for taking too much of your time. So I would like to give the floor to our last colleague. So Castrate does a lot for the promotion at foreign markets. Thank you very much. There is a company called Center for the Trade Policy Development, Castrate. We are at the end, and we don't have much time. And we don't have much money, by the way, but trade must be coming first. Therefore, nothing is happening. Therefore, money is not flowing. Therefore, it is happening this way. It's a joke, but anyway. So the export and trade, when the innovation or idea is sold, there will be investments, there will be competition. So in a nutshell, I'd like to inform you that new investment cycle is starting. 65% of our exports are minerals, and now we really want to move to non-commodity export. And this will help if new technologies come here, and Castrate could be a marketing hub for all our companies. And new niches could be identified to see what we can get out of our minerals, so how we can process it to prepare finished products. And innovations can help with that using AI. Next time, I'll speak first. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We need to transform our economy to move away from commodity-oriented economy to manufacturing-based economy. We've got excellent managers at the level of CEO, first leaders. We will do that all together. If we meet every month, do brainstorming, it's important to invite businesses. We need to generate something through feedback with our businesses. We need to understand what they need from us: human capital, financing, legislation. So I think that the mind has shifted, and I hope that we will have a lot of sessions like this one. We are going to start our next session in a few minutes.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді.
Қазақстанда демалуға болатын көптеген керемет орын бар. Бұрын ол үшін интернеттен ақпарат іздеп, таныстардан сұрау керек болатын. Енді Каспий Travel'де Қазақстан деп аталатын жаңа бөлім пайда болды. Бұл жерден демалыс орнын тиімді бағаға тез әрі оңай таңдай аласыз. Каспий KZ қосымшасында Қазақстандағы демалысты таңдаңыз. Каспий KZ Қазақстанда жасалған.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different aim zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group. Жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
Коллеги, давайте начнем. Просим всех присаживаться. Все, мы начинаем.
Dear colleagues, let's start. Dear friends and colleagues, welcome to the Digital Bridge Forum. Today, we will talk about energy and AI. So we will discuss introduction of AI in the top energy complexes. And I'm very glad to welcome all of you on our session today. We have our Digital Vice Minister on Energy, Mr. Nasenolu Ilyas. Let's greet him. General Director of Honeywell, Mr. Artur Nigmatian. Representative of Siemens Energy, Director of the subregion, Mr. Maxim Zubov. And we have Huawei representative, Mr. Zhu Xiang, and Jixing Lang representing also the Power China. So let's start with Mr. Ilyas Nasenolu. Good day, dear colleagues, dear friends. First of all, I thank you for the shared interest to our panel session, the session of digital transformation in energy field, introduction of AI. Let's start the PowerPoint slides. Today we will talk about the use of artificial intelligence, and I will reduce my speech probably because I want to give more time for our international partners. And downstairs there is a GovTech stand, and you will find our cases there, and we will be able to continue our discussion there if needed. And during the 3 years, we want to achieve the indicators to become a full-fledged digital state, and the government will be putting all efforts into it. And talking in big figures, we have an Office of Digital Transformation. Map of digital transformation is approved, and we've developed an architecture of information systems and data models. And in the progress of development, there is also a unified platform for the management of energy tech. And further, we will talk about the use of AI in this sector, taking into account our cases. And some general figures. Ministry of Energy is responsible for regulation of 9 areas and provides 9 government services, 43 sub-services, 383 government functions, and cover the control of 7 directions. And together with the Center for Support of Digital Government, Ministry of Energy conducts regular work to analyze, re-engineer business processes with the use of digitalization. We use a classic model for Deming cycle, PDCA. You know this, planning, doing, checking, and acting. And at the planning stage, Ministry of Energy is approving long-term plans, graphics, like the timetables, balances. And at this stage, we regulate the implementation of these plans. At the doing stage, at the checking stage, we compare the plan and the achieved things. And at the acting stage, we also introduce corrections if needed. We analyze risks. This is the constant business process. It continues on a monthly, quarterly, yearly basis. And we need to optimize this process with the use of digital solutions. And for that, we have conducted an inventory of each attribute and required data. In order to fulfill these functions, the Ministry of Energy has developed several information systems. I will just list the last ones. During the last 2 years, the information system for distribution of oil and liquefied gas and fuel, the information system for signing the documents, also information system for preparing to heating season, and also for the power plants. As for the AI, In order to automate the process for collection and improvement of sectoral data, we are developing a single platform called Energy Tech. You see, this is the block in the middle. So we break down the energy block into two blocks. Smart grid is the energy sector, smart field is the oil and gas sector. And our task is to go from the PDCA cycles and to get the data not through manual entrance but through automatic data collection, and this can be done through also with the ensurement of cybersecurity. All these processes are only possible with the help of information systems which are on the B2B basis. Energy Tech is a G2B information system that will collect required aggregated data at the level of the ministry. Then Energy Tech has integrated GovTech, CASTech, which is now called CASTech, which will help with digital transformation. And this, as we plan, in 3 years will help Kazakhstan to become fully digitized with the help of AI, and this will support smart city approaches. As for the artificial intelligence, the ministry last year, together with the Committee for AI, with leading national companies, has created an acceleration group which identified some sectoral cases in which sectors of the energy field we can use AI technologies. And as of today, we've identified some directions. So there are 4 basic directions. First one is AI to ensure support for labor protection, meaning health and safety. So these are various personal protection equipment, gas analyzers, helmets, and others that ensure health and safety at industrial enterprises. Second is using AI for servicing equipment so that there will be predictive maintenance planning, identifying technologies for diagnostics, for screening for the defects, so that it could help saving industrial resources. Third is optimizational models with the use of AI, where the AI could assist the industries, the enterprises, how to optimize their activities in terms of electricity generation, when it's also integrated in the accumulation systems. This is very important with the use of forecasting data, other parameters, data from consumption in the regions, for example. So the system helps to forecast electricity consumption and use, and providing, developing some energy models for the energy industries to become more effective. And another direction is AI agents or assistants. This is a very basic thing where LLM is used now, and Kazakhstan is already successful in this direction. On the right, you see our international partners, which will today talk in more details about the cases of the use of AI in the sectors, in the oil and gas sector, in the energy sector. We also actively work with the residents of Astana Hub. These are our domestic developers who also show very good results today, and we are developing an alliance today in order to ensure the proper introduction of the elements of the AI technologies in our sectors. Talking about our approaches, how we do this introduction, we have 3 stages. First stage is selection, when we evaluate the technology and see if it's mature. When we understand the maturity of the technology, we ensure implementation of the pilot project, and with successful implementation of the pilot project, we decide about scaling up. And the pilot outcomes can show us the precise parameters about the economic impact And sometimes there are cases with some small companies and startups where they come with some solutions only, but we already ask about some effects, about some impacts. We request some clear, precise figures, but we understand that some of them cannot provide those figures before they do some pilots, and that's why we need those pilots. And at the bottom you see 3 cases, which we will probably talk about later, and maybe participants, if there will be an interest, they could get familiarized with those cases downstairs at our stand GovTech, where we have some samples presented. My colleagues can talk in details about it. I can just briefly comment that as of today, we have 3 technologies that followed the pilot stage. First is defects screening of the power lines, and this is screening for any defects, physical defects, where there is a rotting of the poles already started, or some other disturbances to the power lines, and this could save significant resources to the enterprises. Next is also for doing the internal pipeline diagnostics, and AI with the use of collected data helps to forecast in which grids, in which regions there is the depletion of the resource in our heating pipeline networks, because each region is different from each other in terms of the exploitation conditions, about the technological requirements, data sets, and the depletion and amortization is very different in each region. And using the verified data, AI helps to make informed decision making to ensure energy security, especially in high seasons like heating seasons. And we already have preliminary figures for scaling up these pilot projects. Taking into account the budget we have included as part of the national project, the forecasted economic effect would be 43 billion tenge of savings each year. Next is using AI with the mobile application to read the gas equipment, because not all gas devices, appliances in the houses, they have the special thermal metrics equipment, and together with our local technological partner, we're introducing this pilot. The pilot was successful for the company Kazakh Gas Aymak. Every year, the savings is 500 million tenge with the current users number. And all this digital data are aggregated in the situational analytical center, which we established in the fourth quarter last year. It is based on the digital data we collect, and we go away from the previous approaches. So in the Soviet times, we had like central dispatch units where there is a dispatcher sitting in this center, and then this human, this person, sends data to another person sitting in another center. Now we talk about systems where data are provided automatically. So we want this collection to become as from system to system. Now we still have this manual entrance partially, but we want to go away from it. And these digital technologies and AI will be required in the future to us, to the government agency, to ensure and monitor the functioning of the energy system. The main message I want to pass is that we invite all IT companies, local companies, international companies to cooperation. We want to test different cases in our sector so that in the future we could also set it as part of our legislation, and only thus, and using this approach, we can ensure the digitalization of our sector. We are not promising that these technologies could help to reduce the tariffs for the end users, but these technologies will definitely help us to make sure that the tariffs will not continue growing with no justification. So this will allow us to ensure transparency and reliability of the energy systems work. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, we can discuss it after the session or during the session, or also at our stand downstairs, GovTech stand. So we are open for further discussions and further cooperation opportunities. Thank you very much, dear Bakhjan. Just a quick question. You've demonstrated a single platform, energy tech. And when are you planning to start an industrial exploitation of this system? We plan that in the end of 2026, it will come into industrial exploitation. This is a big platform that will have several subsystems under it, and all of these subsystems we're developing, they're being developed for governmental functions. They are developed at the single stack, and each new subsystem requires certain evolution stages, and these evolution stages provide for the use of the AI elements, especially AI agents as part of those systems. That's why the deadline, the timelines we are putting for ourselves is to get to certain maturity level. That's why we think that industrial exploitation will start in the end of 2026. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Artur, Mr. Artur Nigmatyanov. Please, the floor is yours. Honeywell Company. Good day, dear friends. I'm very glad to see everyone here. It's an honor to speak in front of you. I represent a global corporation, Honeywell. Our company is one of the oldest technological companies, and it's one of the top 500 leading corporations in the world. We have more than 100,000 staff working. We are represented in 70 countries of the world, and we have completed more than 715 large technological projects around the world. Moving to our history in Kazakhstan, our company is present in Kazakhstan since Soviet times. From 1986, our official representation office, a full-fledged office, was opened in 1998. Then we've expanded our network, and we've opened branches in Astana, in Aksai, in Atyrau. And what is important to us is to build a strategic approach in Kazakhstan and to build a full-fledged ecosystem. And what do we mean by ecosystem? This is, first of all, establishing opportunities for training, also improving the intellectual aspects of our business, and transferring this intellectual part of our business, giving the opportunities to new students, to engineers. And we've already opened 4 training centers in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And just recently, we have also opened an automation college under the Atyrau University of Oil and Gas. And in the last years, more than 600 students were trained by us, and the majority of them were then employed in oil and gas field, and not just in Kazakhstan, but everywhere around the world. And more than 80% of our staff now, this is the former graduates of those universities and those programs. We have very successful, fruitful cooperation in the field of energy, oil and gas, the largest critical projects in the country like Tingis, Karachaganak, oil field deposits. Also some enterprises under Kazmunaygas are also automated with the use of our technologies in the field of the emergency protection, fire protection, and it's very important for us to continue this direction and develop it further.
Besides intellectual transmission of data and besides better training for the country specialists. By the way, training is very important to ensure the engineering staff available in Kazakhstan. We are first in the country to first manufacture a new type of equipment in Kazakhstan. For instance, automatic control system of technological process, as well as systems of temperature sensors in Kazakhstan. So gas analyzers production line has been arranged in Atrao, gas line, monogas, multi-gas detectors, helping to save lives for the engineers and many other specialists working in the oil and gas field. This small portable monogas gas analyzers used by engineers in the field. Here on this slide, you can see our approach to different industries. We are present across all the industries globally. In Kazakhstan, we are focusing on tech enterprises in the oil and gas, petrochemistry, and oil refining businesses. But we have gone even further. We pioneered the advanced digitalization approach at the manufacturing site. So now let me move from commercial slides to real cases and real solutions. First of all, I'd like to talk about a very important topic for the industry, especially the long-living industries. In order to improve profitability, we need optimization of assets to make assets work more efficiently. We have implemented such solutions as advanced process control. This is like an autopilot. Although generative models were not part of it, it's rather based on math. In our business, we don't call things AI, but basically it's a first AI working in the industrial sector, because advanced process control optimizes a process so that it's most effective and most efficient, reducing the consumption of energy and water and materials, and increasing the oil output. So we can say that such solutions are very important. And of course, they are especially demanded for people and companies who are ready to implement new technologies for the benefit of Kazakhstan and energy sector. So, in oil and gas processing, we started this a long time ago. And we have achieved a measurable result. So, the implementation helped us to increase gasoline output 15,000 tons per year. at refineries. And 2 billion tenge per year is the extra profit for the refinery by better output of the refinery. We have implemented 2 EPCs. Now we cannot share the results, but they will come soon. So this works well. We got full approval for this program, and we started implementing it at Shymkent refinery. So in Shymkent refinery, we implemented the system, and kerosene fraction increased 36 tons per day. So it's up to 1.5 billion tenge more profits. So speaking of other digitalization-related projects, we have done a lot. One of the first project is optimization of the rehabilitation schedule. At refineries, it saves 3 billion tenge per year. In 2021, by the way, since 2019, we have started implementing the staff training system using the modeling. We implemented simulators of a technological process, and this helped to increase the capacities of operators, and they can use digital twins to be trained on critical situations that may happen at an enterprise. So we made assets safer. And when qualified staffs get retired, it helps to train young people using digital models. So they are trained by a simulator, by a digital twin, and then they go to their workplace and see same situations there. Together with Kazmunaygas, we use a unified or integrated system. It's like a nervous system of a body, of an organism. It helps to monitor technological processes and equipment. It's called MES system. To visualize and automate the processes, to understand the real situation at a site. So this is a cornerstone of this program. It integrates field equipment with ERP systems, finding the right balance. So where do we see future perspectives? In the field of predictive analytics. Predictive analytics helps, by the way, at the basis of mathematical models and AI, to prevent the situation from happening, predictive responding to the shutdown of equipment. It helps to predict a life cycle of equipment at an enterprise. So when it will shut down, not according to regulation, but when the equipment is exhausted, or vice versa, the equipment could be still good, and then you can change it during the shutdown period. So this will help us to reconsider our rehabilitation and shutdown projects. So in a pilot that we are completing at a refinery, the pumps, heat exchangers, furnaces, so the assets exposed to biggest risks in terms of safety, as well as failures and emergency situations. So now we are implementing that, and full-fledged project will be arranged very soon, next month, for the entire refinery Speaking of the artificial intelligence, there are good solutions such as asset performance management. You can see the entire product line end to end to see where losses happen. And this helps to save time. So that is all on that. Let me say some words about our progress so far. We are front runners among technological companies implementing AI in the system, distributed management system. We have implemented a technology that helps operators and technological process staff to talk to the system. When the system responds and say, this is my condition, when the system offers solutions itself, when the system offers recommendations, what needs to be done now for the process to run smoothly in most optimal way, talking, asking questions, remind of certain situations. For instance, when at this technological or process stage, it's better to change parameters. So we will predict that this situation won't happen in 2 or 3 months. It just won't happen. This will reduce failures many times, and operators will have a real chance to have a partner, a co-pilot, a consultant who help them to run the process and monitor most important parameters, and everything else can be done by AI. So AI and a person can create an effective asset management, especially in oil and gas sector in Kazakhstan. We are thankful to the Ministry of Energy for trust, for your confidence. We are thankful to Kazmunaygas and Samruk-Kazyna Holding. And we are ready to continue our cooperation, as Mrs. Zakupov said. Honeywell is not just a vendor in Kazakhstan, it's a strategic partner. And as a strategic partner, we are ready to continue our projects to really be a reliable, strategic, and loyal consultant. That is all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Artur. One short question. You talked about the advanced process control, but what about the flow of data? 1,000 or 2,000 identities, how much do you collect? It all depends on a parameter and the size of project. At a facility, we collect all the data that are fed from control system or management system. We've got all the data from the measurement devices, from sensors, and we get a lot of parameters. Also, we use an archive of data about the previous operation of a facility, so we can see how the facility responds to the fuel flow. Because fuel can be different, raw materials may differ. So 100 parameters or 10,000 parameters, it depends on the facility. There is no limitation. Thank you. I'd like to add here, Artur hasn't said that Honeywell is a co-author of business processes at all the stages of a life cycle of a field: production, refining, transportation, because this company has been 500 years in existence. From the very beginning of oil industry, this is IT and industry leader, offering cybersecurity as well. So we really rely heavily on our partnership. Thank you. Next speaker, Maxim Alexandrovich, over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to present Siemens Energy Company here. I'll try to just share some key messages because many things are in common. Siemens Energy works actively in Kazakhstan, generation of energy. Currently, we're implementing project gas turbines, gas coal to gas transition at different CHPs, combined heat and power plants. We work with KIGOK to optimize the energy transmission lines, compressor equipment, oil and gas. At TCO, we launched compressors working on electrical drives. So it's important that a strategic decision was made to create a service hub in the Republic of Kazakhstan to service our equipment, not only in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. We signed a contract with Azerbaijan as well. This is done by Kazakh specialists, and this is another confirmation of the fact that Kazakhstan was wisely chosen for localization of equipment, competences, and exportation of services. Speaking of AI use, you've heard the figure many times. In the nearest 15 years, the consumption of electricity will grow 50%. That's a crazy figure, given that every energy system of a country is complex, including many components, including wind farms. This energy mix is different in different countries. And very often, there are questions related to flows between the countries, flows of energy. And the complexity of systems only grows. And if you are not open to new technologies, including AI, it's difficult to address such challenges as decarbonization in the context of growing consumption. So being Siemens Energy, we use AI a lot. I'll show you several slides. Speaking of energy landscape, several comments here. First of all, there was a colleague from Development Bank of Kazakhstan. He said, we are financiers, we're conservative. Most conservative are energy specialists. Not in a bad sense, because we have very expensive equipment. It's a social aspect, tariffs. That's a very difficult and complex industry. Therefore, AI implementation here is phased step by step with consideration of all the risks. On this slide, I'm showing that digital twins play an important role because before implementing a technology on a real facility, we have to test it on a digital twin. Unfortunately, we cannot always have a pilot project at a gas turbine, understanding the risks around it, because there is no simple electrical equipment, no simple power plant. One plant may lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in case of such risks. That's what I wanted to say. Speaking of the main drivers, it's all transparent here. There are ecological goals, environmental objectives, and many countries are beyond. They do not reach decarbonization goals. But at the same time, complexity of systems gets even bigger. And there are technological forces and optimization objectives where AI can help. Really, the future is there because of limited human resource. So briefly, I'll show you what we have already implemented and where we see good perspectives. In Kazakhstan, dispatching systems working on the basis of AI, because the forecasting challenge is big in energy. Of course, there are plans, but this goal is really huge. Who consumes when? There are energy consumption peaks in the evening or in the morning. Again, quality of equipment, state of equipment, all of the things must be considered, and we can really address it. So dispatching agent based on AI. Such a dispatching agent helps to forecast peaks of consumption. Here you can see it quite clearly on a graph. So AI helps to plan on the basis of historical data generated by persons, by humans. So we can forecast a need, but deviation can be also big. I'm not going to dive deep into details.
So in the frequency responses, and this is also about decreasing the load of the current equipment, planning the fuel properly, and so on and so forth. So these projects are implemented, and from our side, we're ready to act as partners. We invite Ministry of Energy. We discuss it with Samruk Energa, using the new equipment, in the new projects with the modern management tools, and we can do pilots on Almaty, PHC, or in Turkestan. Colleagues also talked about the need for predictive maintenance. We do understand that AI is based on data, and the difference of us from pure energy companies is that we are servicing our turbines, and we save our data in telemetric databases. We can analyze them, interpret them. We use predictive diagnostics in determining the anomalies in gas turbine because of the degradation of the furnaces in the turbine. This is the living mechanism, and it happens differently in each turbine, but based on AI, using digital twins, we can forecast the potential failures and the also potential prolonging the resources with the proper service concepts. This is thanks to AI, predictive diagnostics, so we can actually increase the lifetime of the gas turbine for 20%. So this can easily be recalculated in the economic savings as well. The system for predictive monitoring of emissions as well. This is what we've implemented on our gas turbines, because environmental policy, environmental agenda is very acute nowadays. Yes, so the pollution of the hot parts of the turbine. This also happens differently from turbine to turbine, and we require AI agents to analyze the conditions of each particular turbine to see how to redistribute fuels, how to redistribute the load on the flares, and the emissions of NOx can be reduced 10%. Under the basic load. So this is also quite a significant decrease, and in terms of the technology, it's a great improvement we can start implementing in Kazakhstan. And in conclusion, I'd like to also highlight that AI use in the energy sector requires the highest possible reliability. And what we talk about, that AI used in energy sector, it's like explainable IT. This is when an operator, an expert in the field, can understand the logics of the decisions made by AI. So we are not working in the B2B or B2C field where the cost of mistake is not so high, relatively not high. Well, just maybe a wrong message will be sent, maybe some not so critical transactions could happen. But here, as it can lead to disturbance of such critical energy equipment, the risks are too high, and any failures in the work of AI can lead to significant losses and accidents even. That's why this explainable IT notion is very critical, so that the operator could clearly understand why and how the decision is made, and without this understanding of AI, it will not be possible, because here it's not about some just a soulless agent doing things. So here it's very important to take into account social and other aspects. Another separate issue is cybersecurity, because using AI, using any sort of digital technologies in the energy field, we clearly correspond all of the EU requirements, like NIS 2 directive. This is the directive about AI in the energy sector. We certify all of our solutions and equipment in accordance with all those requirements, because many blackouts of many systems nowadays are related to cyber attacks, and this affects not just some small areas, but even big cities and even countries. And that's why cybersecurity is another very important aspect we need to think about. Yeah. Energy sector is very large, inert, and conservative, complex, but we do have some first success stories of the use of AI in this sector, and we are ready to continue this work. And just one last thing I want to add is that digitalization, the use of artificial intelligence in energy sector goes hand in hand with modernization and upgrades of the energy systems, because using AI at the old, outdated equipment and sensors can lead to the wrong interpretation or wrong solutions, decisions made by AI agent, which will lead to huge losses and damages. That's why this aspect is also very important. And I'm very glad we have this dialogue with the Ministry of Energy. We are ready to act as reliable partners to scale up the solutions we are offering and to continue upgrade of the grids and also generating equipment, and also share our know-how in AI in energy sector. Thank you very much, Maxim. You mentioned that you've been collecting telemetric data for quite long. When have you started? Well, I cannot straight away answer, because I've been in this sector for around 6 years, but I think this history with collecting some telemetric data started much longer ago, maybe 15, 20 years ago. On some gas turbine types, it started so long ago. So now we have like big data, such a lot of data that we've collected. Okay, so this is decades we're talking about. Yes, definitely. Just a small comment from my side. In the period of this boom, in the period of AI, we probably have to sell turbines. And I wish Siemens success, because this legendary German turbines from Siemens, this is the flagship of our energy sector. I wish you success in selling such hard equipment and also innovations in this sector. Thank you very much. Last comment. You mentioned gas turbines. We were talking about AI, softwares, IT, but it's important to mention our plants are quite loaded or overloaded with the requests for gas turbines, because the main consumers are data centers now. So data centers are buying those gas turbines to quickly build their data centers and to ensure reliable energy sources for them. So this is also indirectly related to AI and also for the benefit of AI. Let's move to Huawei company, Mr. Jukes, and the floor is yours.
Sorry, I have to make this presentation in English. Actually, Huawei as a world-leading technology provider for information and telecommunication technologies. So actually, along with the digital transformation of the whole society and different industries, In 2021, Huawei, we founded these different vertical industry units. One of them is called oil and gas and mining. So in recent years, we really have this great honor to work closely with Kazakhstan energy industry, and also led by the Ministry of Energy. Recently, we really feel this great vision and ambition to accelerate the digital transformation and leveraging the technology of AI to promote the efficiency, profitability, and also HSE for Kazakhstan energy sector. So today I will introduce some key achievements or some and also some success cases. We work along with top oil and gas companies in China and also in the world to share this kind of experience, and also hopefully in the future we could work closely with also with our ecosystem partners together to drive this this journey forward. So for AI, we talk about it heavily, and it's a very hot topic since I think especially since beginning of this year, after the DeepSeek really bring this generative AI to a low cost and efficient use for individuals and in our daily life. Actually, for AI, it went through almost 1 century since the beginning of this concept, and several great stages and moments for the technology involvement. We could see actually before ChatGPT or DeepSeek, for AI, we are mainly focused on perceiving the world, like for computer vision to get the image and analyze, to identify the objectives or some events. And now we are focusing on generative content by this technology, or or give us the real suggestions based on logistic thinking by the machine itself. So it's really bringing the technology to a new era to create the unlimited possibilities. But actually, how to create real value other than, like personal question and answers, or generate some videos from our text. So in Huawei, we are working with different industry players, working with our customers and our ecosystem partners. By leveraging AI, we don't want just making poems. We want to generate values from the real work. So that's one step forward, how to embed AI into the real operation procedures or different sectors, as I mentioned, listed here for the different vertical industries, including finance, including government, of course, oil and gas, mining, electricity, all very important critical industries contributing great value to the country and to our daily life. Like okay, so I think I will just jump for oil and gas. We are under great pressure from the past 10 years, the fluctuated price and also the regulation from the environment protections. So for oil and gas producers or mining producers, we are trying to optimize the efficiency, our operation efficiency, to reduce cost and improve profitability, and as well as to meet the environmental regulations. So how to meet all these challenges and satisfy all these requirements? Digital technology gradually become a key driver on all these key points. the cloud computing, which can further drive the efficiency for the subsurface studies, and also like 5G or this broadband connectivity to build more robotic automation operation procedures in the oil field. Edge computing, which can give us the full automated closed-loop control in the well site to drive more productivity. And of course, now we add AI as a central enabler for all these different disciplines, different sectors. Next, I will, so to really build a solid foundation or accelerate the utilization of AI technology, we listed 3 key elements for that. First one is the infrastructures. So for AI, it's a big difference comparing with our previous like high performance computing or the basic connectivity, which Maxime just mentioned. The data is very important. We will have new type of sensors which could provide high accuracy data. So this data volume and also the AI computing power, which built new requirement for the data center facilities, or new requirements for us to build this solid infrastructure. And the next step is we need to identify the real valuable use cases which is feasible for the AI technology. AI cannot solve everything. We need to identify the real cases which can maximize its value. And the last one, the talent. Even with AI, the manpower, our talent is the most important to really to expand the value to our real operation environment. So next, I will give several real cases how these leading oil and gas and mining companies really utilizing AI, especially the generative large models in their operation. So CNPC, it's like Gas, is the leading state-owned oil companies in China. Since beginning, mid of last year, it initiated its large model project called Kunlun Large Model. And after 1 year, released the 3rd version, which is 17 billion parameters, the largest AI large model in the industry. It's including LLM to build the AI agent knowledge base for the whole company, and also using the computer vision model, scientific computing model to real embedded AI in its key subsurface activities like logging interpretation, seismic processing interpretation. With the technology, we could see their subsurface study, field development planning cycle be accelerated by 10 times efficiency, and also that this acceleration really brought their challenging reservoir development like shale oil, shale gas to much earlier, to see a much early first oil and a much higher recovery factor. And another case is from Pipe China, the largest pipeline asset operating company in China. Now, currently, it's operating over 100,000 kilometers pipeline in the whole country. So now we could see within 3 months a realized localized deployment of DeepSeek, which really enabled their company's AI agent like Copilot to serve more than 30,000 employees on their daily work, and really driving the working efficiency by more than 20%. And another case is from the real site. The mining is in the most harsh environment either in the wild area or in the high, high elevation conditions in China. So together with our customer and also the industrial partners like the truck manufacturers, some heavy machine manufacturers, and with the advanced connectivity technologies, 5G, and also the AI, we enabled automotive driving trucks 100%. For single fleet, we could manage over 100 trucks, and also the remote control of all the heavy machines in the mining ground. Now we could see all the previous drivers, controllers of all these machines, trucks. Now they can work in a more friendly environment in the control room, and also they realized the 24/7 continuous production from the mining ground, which really a big promotion of the profitability.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that we will have time to discuss details. We don't have much time. So let's give the floor to the last speaker. A round of applause to Zhu Kain. Let me give the floor to Tizin Lian. Over to you. You've got 10 minutes. Thank you. Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, hello. For me, it's a great honor to be here to share the practices of Power China, how we use AI. My presentation consists of 4 parts, and I will talk about our practices in the field of digitalization, design, and management. The energy and construction industries are exposed to digital technologies. Digital helps with design and smart management is possible thanks to the artificial intelligence, data-based governance, and smart management. In the new epoch of digital development, Power China is creating the future. In response to new demands of the current energy sector, the digital infrastructure system unites smart management, digital twins, artificial intelligence, helping to make better decisions at all stages of the new energy sector construction. We have developed multiple smart projects and equipment, and we plan to launch our own satellites to collect data and ensure monitoring of environmental catastrophes and to project precipitation. We have shaped an integrated system of products covering smart energy, smart water, smart hydro, smart cities, smart business, and we established great products, including digital planning and smart construction. To enable planning of hydro power plants, CHPs, we designed the integrated smart platform for better planning. On the left, you can see smart planning in action that uses topographical data, terrain data at hydropower plant, HPP. Such smart planning helps to identify a better location for HPP. So in the field of design, we used the digital co-planning and integrated analysis on the basis of 3D data to evaluate projects and to model the projects. It will help with designers' work effectiveness, and also it will help with organizing construction works at a higher level. In our daily work, we use the current standards and applying new technologies. We also designed an assistant on designing the HPPs that provides recommendations on different project parameters. In the course of construction of the biggest HPPs, we are seeing difficult terrain and very complex construction works. And for that, we use drones and AI models for the automated calculations to identify and detect drawbacks and other improper things, outliers. During the construction stage, we use drones and other sensors and devices from the plant maintenance. We use robots for automated control. It helps to detect certain needs and identify things to address without visits to the site. In energy information management, we integrated AI to automate the requests on key performance indicators such as production, electricity generation, so this can be obtained automatically, helping to prepare reporting on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. And in risk monitoring, we also use AI. Together with the experts, we diagnose risks on potential hazards With the help of smart platform of planning, we can assess theoretical capacities of hydro energy resources, their technical capacities, as well as limits in HPP and wind power plants development. The use of digital technologies make electrical energy industry smarter. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, colleagues. We have listened to all the presentations. All the speakers are here. You can ask them questions. Thank you for your attention and have a great time during this forum.
Қалуларыңызды сұраймыз. Dear speakers, please remain for a group photo. Please remain headphones in outside. Пожалуйста, оставьте наушники входа. Уважаемые гости, спасибо за участие. Через несколько минут начинается следующая панельная сессия. Dear guests, thank you for participation. After some minutes, will be started the next panel session.
Да. Она у нас стажировала. А, да? Как вы знали? Похоже? Очень похоже. У вас прям одинаковый вайб. Да, спасибо. Хорошо. А, it's okay.
Құрметті қонақтар, келесі панельдік сессияны бастаймыз. Dear guests, we are starting now the next panel session. Так. Академия, инновация және қоғам
Bridging academia, innovation, and society, localizing AI for global relevance.
Society, localizing AI for global relevance, связывая Академию инноваций и общества, локализация искусственного интеллекта для выхода на глобальный уровень. Модератор
Amina Baikenova will be our moderator.
in Institute of Smart Systems and Artificial Intelligence. Pradeep Costa, Chancellor at UC San Diego, Higher Education Leader, Follower, Strategic Thinker, Board Member. Sarim Aziz, Director of Public Policy, Meta Platform Sync. Ahmaduddin Aleysan, Director of the Department of Development and Corporate Innovation in Innopolis. Elmira Aubrey, founder of Foodie AI.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining today our panel session. Unfortunately, I have to say that our distinguishable guest, Pradeep Khosla, is not here because he has a flight for 42 hours from San Francisco, and he unfortunately feels not well. So today we're going to run session without him, but he sent his kind, warm, and greetings to all of us, and sincere apologize for not joining us today. So my name is Amina Baikenova, and I'm a representative of Institute of Smart Systems and Artificial Intelligence at Nazarbayev University. And here today we are going to discuss one of the most critical questions for our future. It is bridging academia, innovation, and society, localizing AI for global relevance. AI is no longer a distant concept, it's a global force. But for this force to benefit Kazakhstan, it cannot be simply imported. It should be localized, trained on our data, it should be applied to our unique industries, and guided by our societal values. This requires a sophisticated ecosystem, and how to build this ecosystem efficiently and in a good way, we are here to discuss, and we have our distinguishable guests and panelists. From local academia, the source of our talent and research, we have Professor Varol from Nazarbayev University. Representing the entrepreneurial spirit that turns ideas into the reality, we have Elmira Aubrey, founder and CEO of Foodie AI. To speak on a building the supportive environment where innovation grows, we have Lisan Ahmadullina from the Pioneering Hub in Innopolis. And bringing a crucial global tech platform perspective on policy and tools, we have Sarim Aziz, Director of Public Policy at Meta. Our goal today is not just to talk, but to identify the connections needed to build a world-class AI ecosystem right here in Central Asia. Let's begin by hearing each of our speakers' opening thoughts. Dear Sarim, could you please open the floor of our panel session as a representative of a global technology company and share your thoughts and ideas?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? Okay, thanks so much. Pleasure to be here in Astana, amazing city. Reminds me a little bit of home, where I'm from, in Canada, because we have cold winters like this. And I didn't bring my jacket today. So pleased to be here. I wanted to actually discuss, I think the slides are a little bit, you guys can see it? Okay, great. Just how do countries like Kazakhstan build next generation AI? I think there's lots of great things going on in the country, and we're excited to be here as Meta to partner with the researchers, the developers, startups, as well as the government on how do we work together to build that. So I think it's important to understand what's going on, because I think some people might think, well, AI has been around for a while, this is nothing new. I mean, most computer scientists in the room know about Moore's law, which states that, the number of transistors on integrated circuits double every 2 years. So you can clearly see that I don't even think Gordon Moore himself could have predicted that it would be, changing at this pace. We have definitely broken Moore's law since 2010, and where I think the rate of computation, the floating y-axis is the floating point, in terms of how the power of compute has gone up significantly. It's happening faster. Now, this is all good news. It means that compute, which is going to be more accessible, is going to become affordable and more cheaper for everybody, for developers, for researchers. So this is, the demand is growing on AI, but and this power and the capacity is also increasing, and this is hopefully good news for Kazakhstan and for developers. What does this mean for companies like Meta? Well, Meta is not new to AI. We've been an AI company since our birth. We have over 1,000 AI libraries that we've open sourced over the last decade, with Llama being the most famous open source project. The fundamental AI research lab was set up over a decade ago, which has done some of the state-of-the-art research to help many researchers around the world, and we believe in open research and sharing that openly. Some of our data sets are published there. Some of the work that our teams are currently doing are there, and that's where we get our inspiration as we build products for the world, including Kazakhstan. We are founding members of the AI Alliance, and if people don't know what AI Alliance is, AI Alliance was co-founded with Meta and IBM and 50 other tech members who decided that AI is too important of a technology that should not be controlled by a few companies in the US. It needs to be advanced and progressed with collaboration from researchers around the world, from civil society, from think tanks, from universities. And so we don't have any members, I believe, from Kazakhstan, so we encourage universities here and academics and private sector as well to join. But basically, AI Alliance is about what are the tools, what are the data sets, how do we build the skills, how do we build the ethics around AI, and how do we do it in a collaborative way, in an open way, working with the rest of the world. And then lastly, I think people, as you know, I'm sure people have heard of Kaz-LLM, which I'll show later, but Llama itself has been downloaded over, I think, 1.2 billion times. It has over 300,000 derivative models that have been built, one of them in Kazakh language, which is very exciting. So I think just to show the investment in AI through the years, we have been increasing our AI infrastructure. This year alone, we'll be investing over $75 billion in AI infrastructure alone, and majority of this is obviously going to be used to help the businesses and to help users of our Meta AI assistant, which is going to come to this region soon. But just to show you the rate of growth, in this year we've reached over 30,000 clusters that are used to train some of our models and to make the technology available for the rest of the world. And then, things are exciting. I think we sometimes think about models they're increasingly getting multimodal, not just images. We have audio now. For Meta, it's all about expression. How from the emojis to other kinds of images. So I think you'll see that AI is going to play a very important role in how we connect with each other and how we express ourselves with each other. So it's important to know that. And then in the future, we believe that while yes, generative AI is very cool, we are not where we need to be, and I think there's a lot of work being done at the company, and both from the product perspective, from the research perspective, to what we call to get to, I think it's called AGI, or artificial general intelligence. We call it personal superintelligence. We believe that superintelligence needs to be personal in the sense that it should allow every user it should help every user do what you want to do, right? So give you an example, like I'm currently wearing ordinary Ray-Ban glasses. These are actually Meta Ray-Bans that have a Meta AI assistant on them. So if I tell the Meta AI assistant, hey Meta, take a photo, you should actually see, so it just took a photo, right? So like the idea will be that these will be helping the user achieve what they want to do. So we just launched another device recently, a couple of weeks ago, that has a neural wristband. So so we're so confined to interfaces that are tied to mouse and keyboard and touch. Soon you'll be able to just use normal gestures to do the things you need to do using artificial intelligence technology and many other technologies. So this is exciting. I think businesses love open source. Meta believes in open source. We wouldn't be here as a company if it weren't for open source. Frankly, some of the technologies we've built over the years beyond AI have been open sourced out there, including many like PyTorch and other frameworks. But most organizations agree, this research is from Linux Foundation, that open source is crucial. It's cheaper, it's affordable, and helps companies innovate faster, including Meta. It's good for the world, it's good for the ecosystem, but it's also good for Meta. And just I want to end with this example, Kazakhstan, and I think Professor Orlov sitting right here, who's led this project, very excited to know that the first open source model in Kazakh was built on Llama right here in Kazakhstan, and we're excited, and we're partnering currently with the government to drive public sector adoption on this model, and you'll see that, I think, later after the session. And we're excited to bring this to the world and encourage more people to use open source to build on top of this Llama to create whatever domain you're in. So that's the future. I think you're just going to see in every domain. You could be in semiconductors, you could be in medicine, you could be in manufacturing, automotive. We're going to see more and more domain-specific models being trained for that purpose, and open source allows for that. All right, and so I think just lastly to say, Meta can't do this alone. AI Alliance is one of the organizations I mentioned. There are other associations that you can all join, including, depends on what you care about. So if you care about open innovation, join the AI Alliance. If you care about safety benchmarks, which is also important, responsible innovation, if you want to make sure that the Meta and other companies, how do they ensure safety standards? How do you train these models in an ethical way? So ML Commons, they built all the safety benchmarks on, which you can also contribute to. I think we need representation from countries and from researchers in Kazakhstan on safety standards. So ML Commons is another association you can join. Then there's Partnership on AI, which is great for the technical standards of transparency and how do you ensure that these technologies work together, right? If you create a tool on Adobe, if you create an image on Adobe using AI, how do you ensure that when you look on it on Instagram, that it's able to understand that this image was created using AI? So that's where industry is coming together to ensure that we're all speaking the same language, that this is not being built in a silo. So Partnership on AI is very important, and some of the work we've done on synthetic media frameworks, on identifying them, provenance, transparency has been built on Partnership on AI. And then lastly, yeah, of course, our mission remains the same. We want to build the future of human connection and the technology and tools that will help us get there, and we believe that AI is going to play a very important role for that. So thank you very much. Excited to have a great dialogue and discussion.
Okay. And from your public policy perspective, what kind of dialogue is most productive between big tech, local innovators, and national governments to create a regulatory framework that fosters innovation while ensuring safety and fairness?
Okay, can you hear me now? I think that's a really important question. So one of the things we did with Llama is realize that we do, firstly, these things are, in order to open source them, you have to make sure that when you do open source them, that it doesn't cause harm. So we put a lot of effort into testing. So just to give you an example, we do a lot of annotations and safety red teaming. But to train Llama 4, which is our most recent model, we use 30 trillion tokens, right? So there has to go through a very, very thorough, sort of process of ensuring that the data sets don't taint the model, right? So that's the thing with AI is look, every AI is going to have a bias, right? And so you can't say that, oh, this model is unbiased. It's not possible. Every human has a bias. Everyone in this room has a bias. And the beauty of open source is, and this is where I think KazLLM is a great example, you have to pick your bias. You should have a choice to say, this is the bias that I pick for Kazakhstan, right? This is what makes sense for my domain, for my culture, for my language, for my expertise that you're trying to do. So I think open source by nature is supposed to be more secure. It's, you look under the hood, you see the model weights, you understand, you fine tune it to your abilities. We ship something called, a lot of safety tools with the model, which is Llama Guard, which is one of the models that helps to ensure that models are developed safely. You can Prompt Guard, which helps from prompt attacks, and cybersecurity eval is another tool that helps against cybersecurity risks within the code that's generated using AI. So there's a lot of tooling that's there, but then there needs to be more. But of course, at a government and policy level, what some of the governments like Singapore have done is they have they're members of ML Commons. They've joined ML Commons, which is what I mentioned earlier for safety benchmarks. So I think KazLM has benchmarks already on performance, right? So you can also create benchmarks for safety to say that these are the things that and you can then evaluate models to see how do different AI solutions and models perform against those safety benchmarks. So you don't have to start from scratch. The good news is you can start with ML Commons, and governments can encourage models to see how they perform on these safety benchmarks. And that's sort of one way we don't believe hard regulation is the right solution. If you look at countries like Europe that have tried to be very experimental with regulations, it's had a negative impact on the local economy, right, on startups. Most of the funding for the top AI companies, 50% of this is happening in the US, but a lot of it has to do with that, how do you innovate, but create frameworks, safety frameworks that allows governments and startups and businesses to operate within the safety, within those guardrails. So the G7 has a very good framework, the G7 framework on AI. OECD has a very good one as well. But we don't think hard regulation for evolving technology is going to solve the problem.
Thanks a lot. Dear Elmira, you are the voice of the market and the ultimate customer of the ecosystem we're discussing today. Your success is a measure of its effectiveness. Could you please share your experience in developing an AI startup in Kazakhstan?
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for your invitation, and I'm glad and proud to represent the startup seat among the high-level professors and experts across the globe. So my journey in the startup world started several years ago, and actually this existing AI-first startup started with a problem in my family. So I started to discover how can I democratize the area, and thanks to the AI, it became possible. So simply to say, I'm the CEO and the founder of the Foodie AI. It's digital nutritionist, which helps you to keep up with your healthy eating patterns and keep yourself healthy and fit. So AI became really the tech crunch in our startup, because previously we've been using the large models like data sets, but they are just not upgraded quite often, and there are many bias also, and the data is not clear enough, clean enough. You know that before to insert the data, you need to clean it up, and from the cloud of the data, you need to make a data lake and then just use a data set. So this was a limitation for us, and then thanks to AI, when we just enabled our solution with AI, we became the AI first. And the accuracy of our predictions now more than 90%. Before, with the data sets, it was something around 60–65% accuracy, which means it was good but not good enough to satisfy our customers. And of course, it's there are many other technologies which just working together with AI. And in our case, this is a food recognition, computer vision backed technology. I would talk about the startup perspective, and I made a little an overview how the startup world changing thanks to AI. I called it the winners takes it all, because now who is not using the AI, unfortunately they need to keep up to just go faster and be competitive in the AI world. So what are the main changes happening? A lot of the startups appearing now, they are AI first, AI wrappers. So they wrap in the technology, the idea with the AI framework, and then it gives them the opportunity to deliver faster. And they are winning in a way to go to market faster, which means they are winning in a time to market. So they are faster, so they can gain more data, more customers. So they, in final stage, they became more successful, even they are not experienced without the PhD and so on. They just 18 years old, school guys or girls, they're doing the worldwide competitive AI solutions as a startups. So more and more startups will be applying the AI as a tool. So unfortunately, the engineers, software engineers and developers, they might lose their jobs. Just recent statistics, for the first half of the 2025, more than 97,000 developers, they've been fired from the big tech companies across the globe, which means it's more than 500 jobs lost every day. This is our reality, and it's just the beginning. The second trend is like a single founder enterprise. Before, when we've been working in a venture ecosystem, we've been thinking that the startup team has to have like 2, 3, 4 people in the team to be more sustainable. For now, we are not having this kind of requirements because one single person can build an enterprise which will be competitive in a global scale, and this is pretty normal situation right now. Another one is like, it was said before, it's like domain-specific models. In a comparison of super large models, it would be more like vertical-related domains in the health tech and education, in other sectors, which is good, which means we are evolving, and it would be more like specified expertise in every sector. What else happening? It would be the product in use instead of the product market fit or the proof of concept, which means like very early models would be already on the market in a place used by the customers, and then only they will be like, so they're skipping the phase of prototyping and the customer development. They're directly going to the market, and that's how they're having a niche already in the sales. Just recent, maybe you have heard about the case of the Hicksfield AI, who raised like their evaluation been fixed like more than $1 billion, so they are literally the unicorn. This happened thanks to this trend. And of course, prompt engineering is a very important trend. So each of us can become an engineer by just learning how to prompt, how to insert correct the data to the machine, and then it will reflect you back. And the last but not the least, the unit economy would be replaced by the tokenomics. Token, it's one unit in a like computation power. So it would be the one unit, which is like, we all talking about AI, so AI using also the power, and the one unit of the power is the token. So this would be the trends. I had other things, but I guess I will stop here and we can discuss later on other trends.
Thanks a lot for bringing your perspective as the founder and developer of AI product in Kazakhstan. And could you please tell us what was the main obstacle you have faced once you started to develop your startup in AI? Whether it was find the correct talent with the needed skills, or whether it was business environment, or whether it was local data. What was your main obstacle in that question?
First of all, it was the data. We've been struggling to find the data. For instance, we needed the data set which recognized the local Central Eurasian foods, and I know that NEU is ISAI in particular doing this. So we're waiting for when you will be releasing this open data set. We will be the first early adopters of this data set, because we really need it. The rest of the data sets we applied and quite successful, but just there is a missing middle for the Central Asian food data sets like manti, plov, lagman, and so on. So we are excited for your job and will be the early adopters. Second is like a data protection. As said, like every country now to want to create for the security reason the sovereign models, which are like staying in the frame of the country and protected by the law and the government, because we are receiving a lot of the personal sensitive data. We need to protect it because we are accountable for this. Another thing, of course, is talents. I guess we need to educate not only the students, which our future workforce, but also the investors, because what we're facing now, a lot of investors do not understand AI first solutions. And when we're going there, present them, they are not able to validate the idea, so they are not capable to invest in AI-first startups. I guess I will stop here, because a lot of investors, if they will hear me, they will probably launch something on me, because this is the truth. Investors should be educated in AI as well.
Thanks a lot. That's exactly why we're here, to discuss such a tricky topics and tricky questions, which will not everybody like, but we have to discuss it and tell. Dear Professor Varol, you are here as a person who are nurturing and educating people and our students at Nazarbayev University, but also as a leader of one of the biggest institutes in artificial intelligence in Kazakhstan, ISAI. Could you please share your objectives and your thoughts about how we have to build this ecosystem more efficiently?
And I am a very fortunate person to work with the smartest people in Kazakhstan, and also to learn from them, because as much as I teach them, I learn from them much more. Yes, we have heard the global big tech and the local AI startup, and now I will provide my perspective as the academia. Can we have my slides? I am from Nazarbayev University, and Nazarbayev University is a world-class research university in Central Asia. And in that university, we have our AI institute, ISAI, and we are engaged in generative AI research. But if we look at universities, universities are very interesting things. This I understand, especially when I go to graduations. During graduations, you see a medieval organization, one of the last standing medieval institutions of humankind. And this has passed the test of time for many times, for many paradigm shifts, and the universities still exist. And I always think how universities have survived this long, and I realize that whenever someone comes with a challenge, we tell we will do it. So therefore today, universities are overloaded operators. We do teaching, we do research, we do innovation, knowledge transfer, we do urban revitalization, regional development, social mobility, and even medical care. So we became actually overloaded operators, which became also quite fragile. And now there is a very big paradigm shift which will change our industry completely. The cornerstone of our profession is research and teaching, and soon AI most likely will do these things better than us. So we need to find new missions such that we can adapt and survive. And I will give you the perspective that localizing AI in rapidly developing countries such as Kazakhstan is one of the new missions which we can undertake. So this is just Oxford University, and this is the graduation procession. And one could have told that this is Middle Ages, isn't it? So before I delve further on what we should do, I want to remind you about the new great game. So in 21st century, the countries which will be deploying artificial intelligence globally will be the winners. And right now we have multiple levels of races. One of the races is the Transformers race. United States and China are leading this, and they are creating open source and closed source models that are becoming smarter and smarter. Every year they are becoming 10 times smarter. For instance, the KazLLM, which we have developed with 70 billion parameters, now we can make a smarter model with only 4 billion parameters because the technology has developed. The second level of this race is the compute race. Who will develop the best hardware to run these models, to train these models, and to deploy them on different domains. And at the end, the third level of this game is the energy game, because AI is power hungry. Data centers consumes huge amount of power for compute and also cooling that compute. And countries are right now creating solar power plants, nuclear power plants, molten salt thorium reactors for the energy problem. Kazakhstan, as an emerging middle power, is playing this game as well. We are building the national AI stack with different models. Kazakhstan is investing in data centers and latest GPUs and establishing supercomputers. And it is also reconfiguring its power grid and starting the construction of nuclear power plants to increase the power output under the leadership of our president. So then why do we need to localize this AI? Why is our part in this race is localization? When we are right now looking to the AI, we are realizing that there are closed source models and open source models, and actually the performance of closed source and open source are very close to each other. But we should then look at this performance in different domains. For instance, for English language and for North American context, models do very well. Or models from China, they do very well for Chinese language and Chinese context, their culture, their political viewpoints, etc. But if you take those same models and apply it to a localized context, for instance, Kazakh language and Kazakhstan, or Indonesian language and Southeastern Asia, their performance very significantly degrades. Then here I see my opportunity and my problem. How can I create localized AI by fine-tuning and fine-tailoring the open source models which will have performance in that specific localized domain as high as the global setting? So basically, I want to build a model that understands the Kazakh language, Kazakh culture, but also performs very well in English and Russian. And since this is a zero-sum game, I am telling, okay, my model will not perform that well in Korean or Sanskrit, but I can do with that. In Kazakhstan, we fundamentally need English, Russian, and Kazakh languages. Now, one question might come. Why you? Why not a big tech company? And when we are looking to the very big countries and countries such as Kazakhstan, middle powers, middle-sized countries, we are realizing that there are now the emerging unicorns and great startups, but not yet dedicated tech companies. For instance, OpenAI is a huge company. XAI, Grok, it's a huge company. Alibaba produces Qwen, and it's a huge company. Microsoft has $35 billion of R&D spending per year. Tencent, Meta, DeepSeek, they are all the same. Huge amount of R&D spending capacity. In Kazakhstan, we do not have these companies yet. I am certain that in the next 5 to 10 years we will have them, but universities are emerging as the only place where you have the concentration of the intellectual talent and some resources to create these generative AI models. For instance, when I make a call for a summer research, thousands of smartest students of Kazakhstan apply to our institute, and we don't know whom to choose because they are also good. Because in Kazakhstan, when people conduct AI research, they want to come to our institute, and that just creates a singularity of intellectual talent. And we are utilizing that talent, and I see some of our data scientists in the audience, to create these models. This is one of the AI superpowers of Kazakhstan, the youth. And what have we done? I always tell my students, fortune favors both the bold and prepared. And in 2019, we started preparing. We created our institute. We made models. We learned how to use AI supercomputers. We trained the workforce. And we have created the largest set of open source data sets, models, and recipes in Kazakhstan. Indeed, for food AI, we have Central Asian food dataset, Central Asian food scenes dataset, and very recently we have released the food weight benchmark. So basically, we have data sets as comparable as Singapore, a country which is renowned as the leader in food AI. And when we had the call for the KazLLM, we were ready because we had all of this expertise. And it was a challenging project, but standing on the shoulders of giants such as Jan LeCun and Meta, and utilizing open source models such as Llama, we have created KazLLM and obtained further know-how. How to train models on AI supercomputers with multiple nodes, how to do very large-scale data sets, how to do web scraping, and all of this has led to the Cambrian explosion of generative AI for our institute. We have created language audio vision models, Oylan. We have created image-to-image generators, Beynele, Mengisöz, and many others. And one more thing which we have realized is that creating models is creating the engine. If you want to make a car, you need to make products and services. This is why we are releasing all of our new models as products and services for the benefit of Kazakhstani people as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. how can our universities better collaborate with both local startups, like Elmira said, and tech companies like Meta to ensure our research and graduates are globally competitive?
Right, with Meta, we are already collaborating because we are using their models, their data sets, and open source research is the answer to that question, in my opinion. But whether we should open source everything what we do is another question, because Meta is a plus $1 trillion market capitalization company with lots of resources. On the other hand, research institutes in Kazakhstan, besides the regular research funding, should find additional streams of revenue and therefore make products and services as well. For the local companies, one way is also creating open source data sets and models. And right now, at least 30 different companies have told me that they are using the Kazakh Speech Corpus 2 for making automatic speech recognition models and our data sets for text-to-speech. And another way we can help to those local companies is we have our translational AI department in our institute, and when a company approaches us, we help them with their problems, and we share our know-how, so that's another aspect. And the third aspect is that we have these products and services. We have our SI platform and playground, but in addition to that, we are providing OpenAI compatible, very high quality application programmer interfaces, and any startup in Kazakhstan can use our models, which are culturally tailored to the Kazakhstani context in their products and services.
Thanks a lot. And dear Lisan, I think that we'll all be happy to hear your practical journey of building the physical and programmatic space where academia, startups, and corporations meet and build this ecosystem. So as a person who are experiencing such an ecosystem, could you please share your experience?
Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Lisan Ahmadulina. I develop IT and AI technologies in special economic zone in Innopolis, Republic of Tatarstan. I have a 20-year experience of integration technical solution to different industries, oil and gas, medicine, government sector, banking. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Just 1 second, please. Sorry. Не переключается. In our city, Innopolis, science, business, and technology all work together to create groundbreaking products for the whole world. And AI services unite the needs science, innovation, and business into a single environment. This is a key priority for our republic and a special economic zone. Colleagues, let me start with the fact. Colleagues, let me start with the fact why topic of my speech is so important for us in Innopolis. We all remember, in our experience, we understand it's very difficult to connect academic AI research with the specific business needs. We all remember the challenges of implementation IT system in the two phases. Patchy automation, employer resistance, and a general distrust of new technologies. Today, with the arrival of AI, we see the same management mistakes, but they are much more serious. We see isolated AI solutions instead of a unified strategy, fear of the AI black box, and attempts to automate the chaos. The key lesson we've learned is this: the problem is not itself, but our approach. Only by combining the efforts of business, science, and developers, we can build effective AI solutions that become a driver of growth for everyone. So we understand the root of the problem, but how do we build that bridge between the chaos of separate AI solutions and effective AI? This answer lies in unified digital platforms. These platforms act as a central hub. They bring together algorithms, data, ready-to-use, unorganized data, ready-to-use algorithms, and visual process builders into a single unified environment. What kind of platform do we use in Innopolis to manage AI projects? We use our own platform, Conveyor, which was developed at the University in Innopolis. Conveyor breaks down complex tasks into independent microservices, where each processing step is a scalable, self-contained unit. This allowed us to reduce development cost by using a ready-made library of these units and letting data analysts, not just developers, build the processing pipelines. To decrease operating expenses by optimizing hardware workload. In conclusion, complex AI management, it's about not one single magic model. It's about creating a standardized and manageable environment. The unified digital platform is that practical bridge connecting AI innovations for business, science, and developers. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Lisan. And now I have a question for the entire panelists. While we don't have a government official on the stage, the policy provides the rules of the road for all of us, how to run it and do. Could you please in one sentence say what is the single most impactful policy change or government initiative that you believe would accelerate Kazakhstan's AI ecosystem? As for all of our panel session, all of our thoughts and ideas will come to the highest authority of Kazakhstan, where the highest authority will build the roadmap of how and where Kazakhstan's ecosystem will go. Could you please share your ideas in one sentence, please? Who would like to start?
I'm happy to go first.
I just need to wait.
Okay, there we go. Still figuring out how to use the tech. Okay. I think for us it's just being a global company, and one of the things technology does is it breaks down barriers, right? So I mean, if you just think about Instagram or Facebook, one of the beauties of technology is that you can be a small business in Astana, in Almaty, in Innopolis, wherever, anywhere in the world, and you have a customer base of $3 billion online at your door, 3 billion people at your doorstep, and that's sort of the power of technology and connectivity and bringing people together. Your next customer is not going to be down the street. It could be somewhere across the world, depending on what your talent, your service, your product is. So for us, it's really, if you want AI models, the future of AI to be inclusive, you want the Kazakh culture and the Kazakh values to be represented at a global level. And to me, I think the single most important thing the government can do, and from a policy perspective, is make Kazakh data sets open source, right? And there is something under the AI Alliance. Once you join the AI Alliance, one of the initiatives they have is called the Open Trust Data Initiative. It is exactly what it stands for. Like, how do we make data sets trusted so that when somebody is building the next future models, so we're talking about LLMs today, next year we might be talking about world models or whatever we're talking about, those models still will be dependent on data. And so where is the trusted data source in Kazakhstan where future models that are being built of personal superintelligence or whatever, or open source, or Llama, or Gemma, or OpenAI, like what is the data set that they should be using to train their models on Kazakhstan? And that doesn't exist. And if hopefully there's research funding available to fund our great researchers in the room, then that's where we should focus our energy on, to make these data sets available so that the training can happen elsewhere. It may not happen in Kazakhstan. The next model, the best model in Kazakhstan, may not be built in Kazakhstan, and that's okay, right? But at least the data sets to get there should be available and more widely.
I will continue, I guess, as we started. I have several points to mention. First of all, I agree that the AI models and machine learning requires a lot of the energy. The consumption of the energy is huge, and I would like to believe that our AI transition and evolvement would be green, not just a greenwashing, but really pure and clean energy would be just supplied to the AI development. Second, the person and people in a loop, because we should not forget that AI should be helpful and work not instead of the people, but for people and with people. This is very important, especially in the crucial domains like healthcare, education, and so on. It still needs the oversight from the human, and I hope while it will be developing, it's developing very fast, it will be still like needed and necessary for this like smart machines. Even though they're like learning from the machine to machine now, it's not just like human to machine anymore. Unfortunately or fortunately. And the third thing, I guess it should be the topic about ethics, because we all understand that after this big hype of AI, we should seriously sit and consider what would be the next step in terms of the ethics. Because AI distribution unfortunately creates the inequality, even more dividing the nations, people, and regions, even among our country. Like countryside, children, people don't have the same access as like a central capital city, right? So unfortunately, the prediction says that inequality will be even strongly faced by the generations of our kids and further. So I hope the ethics and humanity would be the still ruling values.
All right. I also have some points on this. Data is the new oil and compute is the refinery. So without compute, you cannot do much with the data. And Kazakhstan has the intellectual workforce, the people who will work in the refinery. So with the new supercomputers established in Kazakhstan, the state should find ways of providing these as resources to the young researchers and young startups. This would be my first advice. And secondly, right now the new law on AI is coming, and we might be tempted to over-regulate. We should not over-regulate AI, but make certain that it is used for the benefit of the society. So therefore, another thing which is important as a policy side is to finding the right balance between regulation and deregulation of this industry.
Thanks a lot. And I think we have one more question from the audience.
Absolutely, we would be very happy to help. We were in our institute making our newest video about Oylan 2.5, our latest model, some Kazakhstan equivalent of ChatGPT. And I asked my colleagues, how do you use our ChatGPT? And Aliya over there told that I ask Kazakh recipes. And it just tells me them very nicely. And now I will send you the YouTube video. It is starting with that. Her children calling her and asking for a recipe. She is asking Oylan, and Oylan just kind of like describes it and she cooks that. So of course, this is one of the examples. But now we have created this language audio vision model. Our project for next year is domain-specific fine-tunes of this. And we have determined 3 important areas. One of them is geospatial, satellite imaging. Second one is medical, because we just need to create medical solutions for Kazakhstan. And third one is education, because when we have looked to the usage logs of our systems, it is some business people, but mostly little school children asking for the solutions of their mathematics homework from our Oylan. So therefore, we should speak, we should understand your needs and then work towards them as well. But we already see those type of demands from the feedback we receive.
Thanks a lot for joining us today. Thanks to Digital Bridge organizers to give us a place and a room for discussing such an issue. Our main goal was today in this race of AI era where we are now, and every country are focusing on developing AI tools. Our main goal and idea of this session was to show how it is important not only look into the AI from one perspective, but it is a kind of the 360 persons. You have to look through the whole everything. From the children, how do you nurture him? From the students, how we educate them? From the startups and ecosystem where the startups can build the ideas and grow in it, and from the big tech companies like Meta who bring us the opportunity to use the open source models. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Hopefully you enjoyed our session, and if you have any questions, you can come over and to discuss it more further with our distinguished speakers. Thanks a lot.
Dear speakers, please remain for a group photo. Уважаемые участники, пожалуйста, оставьте наушники у входа. Қатысқандарыңызға рахмет. Бірнеше минуттан соң келесі сессия басталады. Thank you for participation. After some minutes, we'll be started the next session. Уважаемые гости, спасибо за участие. Через несколько минут начинается следующая панельная сессия.
Network is everything. Don't be afraid. Come up to people, talk to them. Because especially in the Silicon Valley, people, they're just people. Even though they're billionaires, investors, angels, they are just like you. They're willing to talk to you, give you advice, and don't be afraid. Connect.
All of our problems for the past 4 years of our project's lifetime became very small because the world market is different. Different people, entrepreneurs from all around the world, we gain the confidence that we can do in this market.
You are not worse than other startups from the Silicon Valley. Don't underestimate yourself and just go.
Did you apply for hero training?
Құрметті қонақтар, залға кірулеріңізді сұраймыз. Келесі панельдік сессия басталады. Уважаемые гости, просим пройти в зал. Начинаем следующую панельную сессию. Dear guests, we kindly ask you to proceed to the hall. We are starting now panel session. Панельдік сессияны бастаймыз. Жасанды интеллект негізіндегі DPI, инклюзивті және интеллект...
We're starting our session.
DPI на основе искусственного интеллекта.
DPI based on AI, creating intellectual social infrastructure. Azamat Baymen.
Of the board of the agency Tunduk, Kyrgyzstan. Charles Blanco, senior global public sector specialist and senior member of the World Bank's DRM and AI or GovTech Global Unit. Richard Kirby, international expert of digital government and founder of Richard Kirby LLC. Najima Noyovtova, co-founder of Epsilon3.ai, tech entrepreneur, Tajikistan. Farid Nakli, program coordinator, regional office for the CIS, International Telecommunication Union.
Can I start? Perfect.
So as our event today being international, I made introductions in English. Then we will be asking questions to the speakers based on their language of presentation, and then questions you can ask on any language you want, and you can take the headsets at the entrance.
Building inclusive and intelligent public services panel session. I'm Azamat Baymen. I'm the Managing Director for National Information Technology JSC, the operator of the electronic government and operator of the National AI Platform of Kazakhstan. A few housekeeping points. This is live on the record discussion, so we have the 10 minutes for audience for Q&A session at the end. Please raise your hands during the Q&A session, and let's get started. At its best, digital public infrastructure enables government to be whole of government, citizen-centric, and radically simpler. The new variable is AI. Can we turn trustworthy public datasets into anticipatory, inclusive services, and from social protection and disaster response to smart permitting and proactive benefits? But AI only adds value when it sits on interoperable building blocks, governed by the clear legal framework and financed for sustainable operations. In Kazakhstan, we've walked that path. From core registers and interoperability to data platforms like smart data government, proactive services with digital family card, and now a national AI platform on GovTech sandboxes. We are here to share and learn with the world. Let me briefly introduce our panelists. I'll invite each panelist to share their name, role, and in one sentence, what AI-powered DPI is for them. Можно, пожалуйста, каждому из спикеров рассказать про свою роль и рассказать, что для них...
So please, each speaker, if you could share what is AI for you, and DPI based on AI, what is this phrase meaning to you? Good day, all participants of the forum, participants of panel session. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to participate in such very interesting topic. And as it was asked, I will try to be very brief, for the organizers had warned me about the regulations. I think AI has become an everyday aspect for every person, and as long as it's part of our everyday life, public sector, business sector cannot avoid it as well, and we need to use the best, the most effective things from it. This is what will impact on public services, on infrastructure. This is briefly from my side. Good day. My name is Farid Nakli. I'm program coordinator from regional office for the CIS International Telecommunication Union ITU, and I believe that DPI, AI-powered DPI is a tool that will give an opportunity to every citizen in the world, irrespective of where they live, to bring social benefits, helping to reduce the digital gap and not just increase it. So far, it is not like this. We want AI to become, to develop in one trajectory, giving opportunities to the communities who don't have those opportunities. Thank you. My name is Najima. I'm founder, CEO of Epleson 3 AI. We are introducing AI in government sector. I'm also the deputy chairman on AI under the Ministry of Innovations and Science in Tajikistan. So what is DPI for me, or AI-powered DPI? This is a tool that allows us to build an effective infrastructure.
My name is Richard Kirby. I worked for the UN for 24 years, and then I left and started my own company, Richard Kirby LLC. It's a consulting firm working mainly in the Gulf region and Central Asia. What does AI DPI mean to me? I think it's a decision-making tool that we don't know what's going to do for us yet. It's still in an infant state, and I would hope that the hype meets the reality, and that's my goal.
Thank you so much. My name is Charles Blanco. I'm Senior Global Public Sector Specialist, part of the World Bank team. I am an AI team leader, global team leader. I'm also a GovTech senior member of the World Bank. What is AI and DPI for me is the way to increase or to improve the efficiency, the performance, and the safety for the citizens. However, it can be a hope for you or a fear for you. It depends how you can deal with this technology or this new advanced technology. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for such insightful answers. Next, let's move on to the presentations of our speakers. I'm pretty sure they have very interesting insights to share with us, since they represent very different areas that closely work with the government and are using AI intensely. Please, пожалуйста, Адилет, Виталина.
So, dear Adilet, please, you can start. Thank you very much. So I can start speaking while the technical specialists will be solving the issue of the presentation. So I will present the experience of how DPI was established in Kyrgyzstan. And I want to briefly introduce my organization and what we deal with. So, unlike the colleagues, I didn't introduce myself. I just talked about what I think. So my name is Adilet Jumaeva, and I am the chair of the Tunduk Association. So basically, we ensure interaction between government sector, private sector, and citizens into one digital ecosystem. Our platform allowed or became a key element in digitalization of government services in Kyrgyzstan. So we have more than 80 government agencies connected to our platform, almost 300 other non-governmental, like not public sector organizations, and number of transactions on an annual basis is 1 billion. For our population, for our country, it's quite a good coverage. Maybe for the global levels, it's small figures, but for our population numbers, this is good numbers. And I'd like to note that digital public infrastructure, it's not just technological systems, but it's a foundation for the new type of interactions between the government and society. Thus, from the current government services, more than 80% are digitized and presented in digital format. So as a result, what we have, debureaucratization, decreasing level of corruption, saving time for business, saving time and efforts and nerves of citizens, and also basing and creation of trust to digital services. We all obviously understand that the next stage for digitization is AI, and AI, digitization of infrastructure, and best experiences is analytics of big data that will allow us not to just forecast, evaluate, and predict the needs of not just users, but also the suppliers. And the personalization of data is providing the certain colors and sides to the services we provide, because services should be available to all citizens, irrespective of gender, age, social status, or any other characteristics. Automation is one of the important moments, automating processes. This accelerates the services provision, which raises positive attitudes from population. And when we talk about AI, there are certain challenges which we also need to voice. One of the first ones I would mention cybersecurity and personal data protection. Without the confidence in security of data, there is no trust. We also need to ensure the fairness of algorithms, because the technological solutions should not allow for discrimination by any sorts of characteristics. And the trust to digital services should definitely be from the population's side. So understanding, confidence in the just approaches, transparency, explanation ability of the decisions. And talking about the future and our purposes, of course, we want to achieve smart government, that AI become the assistant to government to predict, to forecast what would be the needs of population and citizens. How can we build services in the formats and conditions people need? And artificial intelligence and infrastructure could be an assistant in all stages and levels of life of every citizen, starting from the birth until the death. We require certain documents like birth certificate, diplomas, certain IDs, and without such documents, unfortunately, our important life stages are not possible. And what is required for that? Using specialized AI models, strengthening the new technologies, international cooperation with other countries. And I am sure that digital transformation is not possible in isolation. Only in cooperation, only in exchange and experience, we can get the best practices. We can faster develop and achieve the effects. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that digital public infrastructure with the use of artificial intelligence is not just about technologies, it's about values, it's about equal access, it's about just opportunities, and it's about trust. This is probably all from my side. I actually talked and forgot to change the slides, but I have finished. Thank you very much, Adilet. I see from the presentation that our countries are following very similar paths, and the question of using AI is about using international collaborations, is about responsible application of AI tools, and about transparency and explanations to population, to citizens. Thank you very much. Couple questions. I hope they will be interesting to you. So how would you assess does AI, do AI tools increase or give the benefits to population? So what type of benefits can citizens get? Well, the fact that AI improves the life conditions is undoubtful. The question is, how would you use it? Because just having the opportunity to use AI is already an improvement. But how would you properly use it? In what direction? This is a question. And as for evaluation factors, I think it's a complex of factors. So if we do the comparative analysis and we compare the timing the citizens, or let's call them users, spend on certain tasks, if we compare the digital system and analog system, so for example, when they needed to come for certain papers, for certain documents to the offices, and now when they do it online, but we shouldn't forget about the quality by providing a fast service. But if the service is not complete, then this is not equal. Second is the cost, reducing the cost, because when we provide digital services, if the tariff is too high for population and for government, if it's too costly, then we again need to think about the feasibility of this, and we need to evaluate the future effects. And apart from the time of giving the service, we need to calculate, for example, the person gets out of home, gets to the office, then stays in the queue, in the line, and only then the time for getting the service starts being calculated. But it's not right, because we need to calculate this time as well. But the same relates to online. Maybe they are waiting for the connection to get better, and we need to take this into account. So the main thing we need to take into account is that when we use AI, this should be for the benefit. And if we save time, that means we can spend this time for something else valuable. Thank you very much for such a detailed answer. So two conclusions probably is that first, our approach should be user-oriented or citizen-oriented, and second is that it should be systematic, so take into account all aspects, all nuances. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next speaker, Mr. Farid Nahli. Thank you very much. Let's open my slides. In my presentation, I will talk about part of the work ITU is doing in the field of digital public infrastructure, and to continue what I started to say in the introduction. If we look at the history of ITU, it was created 165 years ago to coordinate telegraph. And then these technologies were developing. Then it was radio frequency spectrum. Then it was satellites. And then connecting the world to internet, reducing digital gaps, cybersecurity. So we can say that the story of ITU has already has all of the answers to the questions. And here we can talk about the great opportunities of AI, or also about the fears about the risks and challenges. In ITU, we usually say that all technologies are neutral. Technologies are not created for good purposes or bad purposes. They are created just because of progress. Technologies are developing, companies are developing, computing opportunities are developing, new breakthrough inventions are coming up, and with the development of technologies, we as society, as industries, we learn how to apply all of these technologies. Following some hype period and investments booms, then we come to a more maybe thorough implementation of those technologies. And this is what I want to talk about. If we compare the fears and the benefits, ITU has established an AI for Good platform where we have various partners, governments, companies, universities to discuss how AI solutions could be used for the benefit of this public good to improve the lives of people, optimize the work of government agencies.
Demonstrating solutions, generating opportunities for those who are in poor health in order to reduce the educational gap and gap in access to technology. So these solutions are demonstrated on the AI for Good platform, and those who work in this industry, great speakers, they all spoke at AI for Good platform. So ITU has got this platform to further promote AI, to overcome digital divide, and to ensure that diplomacy is performed in the way it should be. So AI for DPI, including education. We've got a project with UNICEF for the educational purposes, fast response to municipal or urban processes. AI is used a lot in smart cities. There are many successful cases when municipalities have a budget and technological possibilities and ability to work with big data. Big data was a hype back then to support decision making. There were great projects, but very often the results were not used. So let me remind you again that if we do something, it shouldn't be just put on the shelf. We don't need a beautiful project that is not executable. Therefore, this is our thinking when we implement projects. What about risks? Let me mention one. It's prejudice. Very often we think that prejudice is racial because of media stories. And I will moderate the second session tomorrow. It's a telecom session. So we discussed an interesting story. Starlink will be launched in Kazakhstan to provide access to internet in remote areas, to make people more connected. But why AI? Why language model? So we said that if we create a language model in the capital with the specialists who work in capital city, so it may be biased. So it may be biased, and in order to avoid this bias, all people must participate in this model generation process with engagement of people who live remotely, who speak a dialect, or who have a certain way of living. That's my example. So the time is up. These are the key principles of responsible AI in DPI: inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and compatibility. ITU stands for these principles. such as strong governmental leadership. The role of state is key here. The voice must be from the top. We need strong leadership in AI. Then multilateral cooperation to exchange experiences and avoid duplication. Global solidarity, it's about data sharing and experience sharing as well. That's all. And apologies for taking too long. Let me highlight that ITU is an organization responsible for standardization of many frameworks for connectivity, data sharing, telecommunications. What is the year of establishment? 1865 in Paris. My question to you, I know that ITU is our partner in the region, helping us a lot to exchange data and to implement joint projects with the other countries. For our audience to know, how do you support AI competences and AI governance? There are different activities on the global level. The recent one is Global Consulting Council on AI. So a council was established with participation of leading universities, tech universities like the one in Georgia and in Astana Nazarbayev University, and a consulting council was established in order to establish standards and best practices for the training of personnel. And it also focuses on retraining of those who are at risk of losing a job because their work could be automated or taken over by AI. So it's what we are doing on the global level, and also we conduct country-level activities, hackathon, startup activities. We teach young people to offer solutions, and we do it together with the real economy, with the private sector, and make it as practical as possible. Also, we rely on political support, and private sectors always share interesting cases. Students and young people, they solve such cases. So that's how we try to work in order to promote the capacity building in the region. Thank you very much, Farid, for your extended answer. I will ask my other question at the end after other speakers so that they have time to present. Let me give the floor to Najima Noeftova. She is going to give a very interesting presentation. She is a representative of a business that promotes AI, but also she is a member of the Council on AI in Tajikistan. Over to you. Thank you very much. So let me start while we are waiting for my presentation. Epsilon 3 AI, we focus on implementation of AI in the public sector. And our key mission is to implement AI where it is needed. So if we speak about our technology, it's not just AI technology. It's a patented technology called ZGAN, generator of data, synthetic data, to model different crisis situations that are not supported by other data, because these are crisis situations. There were no data in the past on those. And this helps to make our model more adaptive and more sustainable. And we use ZGAN in different industries. And the brightest example that I like to share is energy, because in energy itself, we prepared several use cases. In Uzbekistan, we work on creating a model to forecast the energy demand. And 99% was the level of confidence, and this is an excellent, unique result for forecasting. In Kazakhstan, we also tried to forecast energy demand as well as transnational flows. We worked with the Situation and Analytical Center in Kazakhstan, and the problem was that they had only data for the last year and with a lot of gaps in data. And we used synthetic data to fill in the gaps, and we built a good model with good results. In Tajikistan, the situation is even more complex. The problem was the absence of one integrated database to store the data, process the data, and fix anomalies or outliers. And we are building a platform to get all the data there and to build the projection models as well. And we adapted Zigan to different sectors. It's too good to be true, because it's like one model cannot work equally well for different industries. But our point is that when we design a model for a client, for a new client, we do it from scratch on the basis of their data. So it's a fundamental work with their data to make our models more sustainable. We use different data like weather, macroeconomic indicators, and we also work with government institutions in 6 countries of the world. And our development in Kazakhstan is impressive. We work with Astana Hub and other partners. We are physically here, and we are helped by Astana Hub. This help boosting our possibilities. This summer we presented our technology Epsilon to the president of Kazakhstan, President Tokayev, King of Jordan, and we worked together with SATSTEC. We designed an AI agent that helps to forecast something with the use of different prompts, and we integrated it with the GPT tool presented to the president of Kazakhstan today. So that's all from me. You still have time, but I shared so many use cases. Should you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. You are a successful company that works in the field of AI. How do you structure your cooperation with the public agencies? Because the cooperation starts with a political result, like inclusiveness or access to services or combating fraud. And then usually it's based on a pilot project. So how did you build up communication with the public sector? Our key mission is to implement AI where it is needed. Therefore, before we move in a sector, we do some fundamental study, fundamental work. We come with our metrics and measurements that are key for the government sector. If I present just technical considerations, they will mean nothing. So how did we cooperate before? In Uzbekistan, there is a big issue with the loss of energy, including stealing of the energy. So we said that if we save 20 or 30%, this will generate huge amounts of money to economy. So we come with proposed results, proposed effects. And so far, it works. Thank you so much. So our conclusion is that we have to be result-oriented, result-based activities. Now, let me give the floor to GovTech heavyweights. Dear guests, Richard Kirby and Charles Blanca have done work that is a benchmark for many governments and many countries who are on the path of their digital transformation.
floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so my presentation is essentially how to build trust in digital platforms through AI. And the question is, in terms of trustworthy, the capabilities of AI, the governance, international cooperation, case studies, scaling, recommendation. That's the theme I'm going to follow for this presentation. So in terms of the trusted platform, we all want to have a wide adoption of digital public services, and it's going to increase economic activities. Right? But it's also very expensive to do that as well. One of the benefits of AI, as we all mentioned before, that it does improve efficiency, increasing transparency, and hopefully it increases inclusion. But again, trust is not just built on equipment. Trust is also built on the policies of the government itself. So if a government is transparent in nature, AI will make it a much stronger aspect to it. And if it's not transparent in nature, then AI will not provide the kind of support you want it to do. So in terms of the trusted platform, one of the big things is at the user journey. Your AI agents will essentially help you through developing that efficient and effective user journey where the user will feel happy in coming back and using your support on a regular basis. So what are the practical approach? So when you do your model theories, what are the risk classification in terms of high, low, critical? And most of the critical data will be financial data and personal data. So you need to make sure that those data are properly protected. You need a robust testing environment. It's not just small changes of trying to find information, but also audits as well. And when it comes to audits, very few countries do this. They use third-party audits. Because if you don't use third-party audits, you're basically auditing yourself. And once you audit yourself, you tend to give yourself high marks. Okay? I've been in many countries where they have polls, and you have 3 choices: excellent, very good, and good. So by definition, you don't get a bad grade because you're basically assessing yourself. If you have an external person whose goal is to find the holes in your system, you'll have a better system in the future as well. And what are the guardrails? We talked about prejudice, talking about having algorithms that could be used to reduce effectiveness to certain groups of people. So how do you make sure those guardrails are in place and they stay in place? So one of the big issues about security and privacy is that you want to minimize the data collection. Even if the most massive data infrastructure in place, finding that information should be fairly easy to do. Encrypt the data to make sure it's safe, and then, as I mentioned, about the third-party audits. Internal national cooperation is key, because I think when I looked at the case of Kazakhstan, I've been working in Kazakhstan for the last 7 years through both the UN and my own consulting company. And we see the growth in those 7 years. And Kazakhstan is clearly a leader in Central Asia when it comes to digital transformation and AI. So how do you make sure that the other Central Asian countries are working in parallel to make sure they work properly? And that is having the right credentials, interoperability, creating frameworks that all countries can use and share data through it, agreements, using open source. All of it makes life easier to convert data back and forth. And once you're able to do that, you build the trust among the different countries. So it's not just Kazakhstan taking the lead, but all the countries are working together to make sure that we move forward. This morning at the plenary session, there was a very interesting case that the professor from Stanford made out. He mentioned that of the 10 major corporations that exist today, the Amazons, Tesla, et cetera, right? They all started through venture capital money. Okay? Those are the guys who create the unicorn. So when it comes to infrastructure spending, you have a hybrid of different options. Public funding is probably the most commonly used one. Private-private partnership is also used. And then for countries who want to borrow money, you have the World Bank and other regional banks as well. But don't underestimate what private venture capital funds can do for infrastructure as well. And that's the point I want to make as well. And also, in terms of support from AI, humans play a very important role in that process. But you don't want the humans to trick the AI to get the answer that you want the AI to give you, right? You want to make sure that the AI is functioning properly, but doesn't have biases out there. If it does have the bias, then your job is to help fix it. If you don't do that, then you have a problem in the country as well. Regulatory framework is very important. I think data protection, we all talked about it, making sure that your personal data is safe, high-risk systems, accountability, assessment, creating of sandboxes. These are the innovative ways that you can continue to improve AI. And I think a lot of companies claim to be AI experts. And because that's the new tool. Before, 3 years ago it was blockchain. Everyone did blockchain, and now no one's talking about blockchain. So when you have this AI group that wants to help, verify and make sure that they are the right people to help you out, especially when you have scarce resources. You don't want to spend all your money on a company that's going to give you the wrong information, and at the end of the day, not work properly. So innovate. Don't be afraid to take risk, because taking risk is what made all these unicorns unicorns. It's not a simple unicorn that didn't take any risk. There's 2 case studies. One is Estonia, and the other one is going to be Singapore. The thing about Estonia is that they built an infrastructure that allows all its citizens to be at the same level. And that develops a very high IT savvy group of individuals. And that's where we want Kazakhstan to get as well. Develop that high IT savvy group that lives in the country, that can use the information and continues to survive. Okay, so Singapore is a big GovTech country. We talked about GovTech, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I'm just going straight to the recommendations. Transparency and subject to decision making is important. Your AI is a decision-making tool, nothing more, nothing less. It provides information, it generates a lot of data for you, a lot of conclusions that are way beyond you. It's a chess master. You're a novice, but your job is to make sure you get the right results. Promote international cooperation, very key. You are the leader here, and you want to make sure that all countries are following the same framework and the same guidelines. And the last thing I want to say is that risk is going to be part of life. And the more you're able to adapt to it, the better it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kirby. I do have a question for you, but after the last speaker. Mr. Blanco, please, the floor is yours. No rush. Don't look at the timer, please.
Thank you so much, Azamat. So I'm going to try to be brief and faster, but I cannot promise you, okay? I don't know if the presentation is ready. Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to talk about the intelligent public infrastructure first as an umbrella. Today we are discussing about DPI, but we should be able to understand first what an intelligent public infrastructure means. And this refers to strategic use of advanced technologies, such as Internet of Things, sensors, AI, digital platforms, that in common or together, all together have 1 or 3 main objectives: enhance performance, enhance efficiency, and create a safe ecosystem for the public and the citizens. This together, it's an endeavor that should be used to data-driven for decision-making for the governments specifically. There are core components on intelligent public infrastructure. I already mentioned the Internet of Things and sensors. the artificial intelligence that is the main topic during this conference, which should be used to collect and process and interpret the data that we are using for many purposes. The edge computing is another core component to reduce the latency of the data. The digital twins that is mainly used to speed up and control the maintenance and the processes that we are working with. I'm gonna try to be faster, don't worry. There are many key applications, and I'm gonna start with the intelligent transportation systems that you are pretty aware, not only here probably in Kazakhstan, but around the world, in terms of light traffics, how to improve the traffic within a city, within a country. But I'm gonna focus on digital public infrastructure, which is the main topic here. And we are talking about digital systems that can allow the citizens, taxpayers in general, to interact with the government and with the public, and also sometimes private institutions. So this is key applications that should be considered when we design intelligent public infrastructure. What are the benefits of this? Definitely, one of them is efficiency, because we are looking for an automation and data-driven insights to optimize resource using the service delivery. Sustainability is another benefit for this. Safety is really, really important, and one of the most important from my perspective is increased citizen engagement. The citizens and the people are the main focus of using technology, and this should be the way to move forward. However, there are some challenges, and the three main challenges that we found out is that there is an issue on data governance and privacy. We have to be able to ensure that there is a responsible use of data, and we have all the time to be aware that we should ask the owners of the data, or we call this consent, to use this data. Another challenge is the interoperability, okay? Because all the time I'm hearing around the world that interoperability is the way to move forward. That is true. But for the interoperability, we have to create or build the basic foundations of this big word, which is called interoperability. And finally, equity and accessibility, that is important to ensure the citizens are ready to use the technology. There are some topics that were already covered for some of my colleagues, which is the data governance and legal considerations. Because we cannot move forward if we don't have a clear data governance framework, and if we don't have a legal and regulatory adjustment in our regulations. It doesn't matter if it is internal, external, or country regulations. As a World Bank, we apply, we call the stage approach. This is, we call step-by-step approach to mitigate complexity, to build capacity gradually, to manage risk and cost, and to foster buy-in for the final users. Finally, AI and other technologies can offer substantial benefits for citizens, DPI, and all the processes that we are talking about during this conference. However, we should consider that we should apply this or introduce this with a structured and incremental strategy to avoid failures. I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blanco. You saved us so much time. I don't know what to do with it now, so I'm going to ask some questions for you. Mr. Blanco, please tell us, what are, from the practical approach, what are the bank's most effective levers to convert sandboxes and pilots into sustainable budget production systems?
Okay, interesting and pretty good question. Thank you, Azamat. So, as a World Bank, we have different tools that we are using right now in different regions. From the diagnostic phase, We have different modules to identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. For example, we have the AI readiness assessment, we have the ICT core governance assessment, automation, but those are diagnostic. And your question is focusing on the most important part, which is reform, implementation, and monitoring. And for that, we have different elements or different tools that we are applying in different countries. We are using technical assistance, which are a huge component of training and knowledge transfer. For example, in Georgia, we are supporting the Treasury Department to create a cash management forecast tool. For the tax administration, we are using AI to identify fraud. We are using synthetic data generation, as was mentioned for one of our colleagues. In South America, we are working with the tax property and municipalities to create a model, evaluation model to identify the cost and also the price of a specific property. So we have different tools, we have different interventions, but our focus right now is not only on the diagnostic. Now we are focusing on the implementation, and for that we are working with different elements from basic and traditional tools like linear regressions. We are using machine learning at some point, and it depends on the maturity of the country. We are using deep learning like LLM algorithms to help them to create tools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just by the way, we actually use the GTMI tool for our own assessment of the digital maturity of our partners and clients. Thank you so much. Yeah. I have two remaining questions for other speakers. Mr. Kirby, you mentioned the cases of global leaders in GovTech, Estonia and Singapore. Which lessons do you think are most transferable to other countries developing trusted digital platforms like ours or any other? Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I think one of the major recommendations that I would suggest is that Singapore and Estonia have a very huge e-participation program in place, which allows people to respond and make comments. And it's a single window approach, at least for Singapore.
SingPass, right?
SingPass, yes. So single approach. That means if you send any complaint to any single topic or ministry, they would then divert it to the right person and come back to the right answer. So by making things simple for users, it makes them more comfortable in coming back and time again, because now they know that they've been not just listened to, but been heard, and they receive the response that they want. That's also quite important as well. The second thing is that the financing has to be in place. So if you're going to develop a program, you should have a champion in that program, someone who's going to take the blame and the accolades for getting the program in place and running. It cannot be a committee of people making a decision. There has to be one leader that makes the decision, that's basically is empowered to do so with comments and inputs from all other sectors.
Yeah, thank you so much. A lot to think about, and we're gonna go back and do our homework with our colleagues. Thank you so much, our speakers, for the great presentations and great answers. If the auditorium has any questions, please raise your hand. Если у кого-то есть вопросы, пожалуйста, поднимите руку.
If there are any questions, please raise your hands. Unfortunately, without a microphone, we cannot hear the question and cannot interpret.
I think it varies country to country. Most countries implement and then ask for your feedback afterwards. And if you look at the way the private sector does it, they put out applications that have many bugs in them. And it's up to the users to find those bugs for them and then version A comes out, version B comes out, version C comes out. Governments don't tend to do that. They wait until until it's almost 100% perfect. And when you do that, you make it so rigid that the actual user has a problem using the application. So my suggestion is that when you develop the project, you bring them in at the beginning. So there's a buy-in process. Right? So if the citizens have bought into the program or the application before you roll it out, it's rolled out a lot easier and they use it more effectively as well. But if you just decided, I'm the government, here's the program, deal with it, and then I'll get your feedback and then I'll try to attach that respond to results to it, it makes it a much more difficult way to travel. So always bring them in at the beginning as opposed to the end.
Well, just excellent answer. Thank you so much. So just to complement, as World Bank, we are strongly supporting countries and governments in citizen engagement frameworks. By the way, the GTMI that was talking about Azamat has a core pillar on citizen engagement, which is important from the beginning. So a good strategy implementing or going to the digital transformation should consider all the time the digital engagement. Citizen engagement. And digital transformation is not only about technology, right? We have to talk about data, we have to talk about HR, we have to talk about regulations, and the citizen engagement is a core component on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great answer. Коллеги, если есть дополнительные вопросы...
Dear colleagues, all additional questions could be asked outside of this hall because we need to free up this hall for the next session.
Panel session. Thank you.
Уважаемые гости, спасибо за участие. Через несколько минут начинается следующая панельная сессия. А также напоминаем оставить наушники у входа. Dear guests, thank you for participation. After some minutes, we'll be starting the next panel session. And also, please leave your headphones by the door. Уважаемые гости, просим пройти в зал. Через несколько минут начинаем следующую панельную сессию. Құрметті қонақтар, залға өтулеріңізді сұраймыз. Келесі панельдік сессия басталады.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom.
Қазақстан өңірлері IT инновацияның жаңа орталықтары. Digital regions as drivers of generative nation. Digital regions, регионы как драйверы generative nation. Модератор Асем Болотчан, Head of Women in Tech Kazakhstan chapter and advisor to the Minister of MAIDD. Конешкин Ростислав. Аида Дусова, Астана Хаб өңірлік даму кеңесінің директоры. Нұрділда Ораз, Head of the Office of the Akim of the West Kazakhstan region. Yerlan Galiyev, Head of the Office of the Akim of the Karaganda region. Alexander Darashenko, Tirikon Valley, негізін қалаушы, UPI компаниясының тең құрылтайшысы.
Да, я так понимаю, все можно начинать, да, наверное? Уважаемый господин ведущий.
Dear moderator, Alexander Doroshenko, founder of Terikon Valley and co-founder of WuPay company. So let's start our session. We've got speakers who will use Kazakh language. So if you need translation function, please take the receivers, the headsets. Hello, thank you very much for staying here. We can open doors, dear organizers, because we need some air here. More than 80,000 people work in this sector. It's 2.5 times more than in the previous year. It means that digitalization is on the rise in the capital, in Almaty, and in the regions with IT hubs, development everywhere. Unfortunately, we won't have Q&A, so let me ask all the questions of our concern. Unfortunately, we expected Rostislav Kanyashkin, but the ministry is overloaded, and therefore Aida Dusova, director of the Regional Development Office of Astana Hub, will take our questions. Aida, could you please tell us what is the strategy of regional development? Why is that important now and always? Why such a big focus is made on development in the light of the latest speech of our president when he said that we are moving towards total digitalization and we need good specialists and budgets will be allocated to the regions for that. Thank you so much. The development of regions plays a key role in the development of AI and technical entrepreneurship in Kazakhstan and the region. Around Kazakhstan, we've got offices of Astana Hub almost everywhere. And all the programs, everything that happens in Astana Hub is translated to regional hubs. Our president said today that AI will be developed, and AI center called Alem AI was opened. Tuma school will be created and activities will be covering all Kazakhstan. So it's not just for big cities. So we've got regional hubs across all regions. This work will cover Center and Kazakhstan. One of the key things is development of digital entrepreneurship, including AI. Across Kazakhstan, we have regional hubs, more than 800 startup projects all around Kazakhstan started their activities. There are successful cases. Projects in Shymkent and Atyrau. Timur Turlov with his projects and big investors. We do that together with the local government agencies. Colleagues from West Kazakhstan and Karaganda regions, with our joint efforts, we try to develop tech businesses all over Kazakhstan and create an IT community locally. Thank you so much, Aida. Now, let's move to the Akimats. We have just West Kazakhstan and Karaganda regions present on behalf of all Kazakhstan. Let's see how much is spent by Akimat for digitalization. Let's not talk about the budget. This is just for raising your mood up. Oraz Nurdilda, head of the Akim's office of West Kazakhstan region. Tell us more about IT in your region. What about digitalization in your region? Could you please share the information about your pathway? Thank you so much, dear participants, dear colleagues. I'm seeing young people here, and I'm so happy to see that. So digitalization is an important area of work for the Akimat. And in the country, digitalization is something that is very much supported. Digitalization, artificial intelligence. These are the things discussed in Akimat, and we are already implementing the initiatives in this field. Have a look. Uralsk is a remote city. We are quite far from the capital. We are neighbors to Russia. And in Uralsk, the issues of digitalization are very high on the agenda. Uralsk is ranked 5th in terms of digitalization in our country. So AI and digitalization are well advanced, and we achieved certain progress. We've got companies on the Uralsk market promoting AI. In the last 3 years, AI has been growing and penetrating our processes. When people mention Microsoft, we all know about Microsoft, but MidTracker company is very well known as well. This company is a giant in communication now. In the last 3 years, we've got more than 30 startups launched by Kazakh nationals. And we are so happy to see that. It means that our work is quite effective. And let me share some details about our organization. We've got offices in Almaty and Uralsk. We've got startup youth. So we are sharing the office with the startups. We are located on the second floor, and they are located on the first floor. So I'm seeing startup youth every day. And I'm so happy to see their achievements, like robots. So startups, they feel quite well in Kazakhstan. And some of the results of startups are even exported to the other countries. So startups and youth are one thing. They're closely linked with each other. So government agencies, including local government agencies, participate in this work, and we really want to share this information. That's our goal, to support such companies as Tracker. And this company really supports startups. So Kazakhstan really reaps the fruits. In the past, Kazakhstan was a consumer of innovative products, but now it's a generator of innovative products. Yes, there are companies in the regions that create so many jobs, like 400 jobs were created in the West Kazakhstan region only thanks to Tracker company. So Yerlan Galiyev, head of the Akim's office in Karaganda region, what are the key challenges faced by the regions in digitalization of services and IT infrastructure? And could you please share how this affects IT businesses and cooperation with the government structures in your region? Dear colleagues, hello, thank you for your question. First of all, on the first question, there are two main issues we are facing. Infrastructure is not the same. In the cities, in larger towns, infrastructure is more or less developed, but in rural areas, there is no infrastructure, IT infrastructure. Therefore, we've got such a problem. We're developing smart region program. It's not smart city, smart region, to cover all the districts to avoid digital divide. People who were raised in Karaganda and those raised in the rural, they would have different level of knowledge. And cybersecurity is key as well. Larger the infrastructure, more services we digitalize. More issues there will be with the data security. Once we fulfill this program, we will submit it to the ministry and we will share our experience. So it's not a smart city anymore, it's a smart region, because smart city is for the capital cities, metropolitan cities, but for larger regions and industrial regions in particular, we need smart region program. Is there any difference in terms of projects? Let's say smart city is something like Sergek surveillance camera. Well, in the city, we've got Sergek cameras, there is infrastructure. But what about rural areas? You won't do that there. There won't be any data transmission. The picture won't be there. So the question is infrastructure. What about infrastructure? In order to avoid digital divide between rural and urban citizens. Speaking of IT hub, my colleague will tell you more about it. We won't give a floor to Alexander to speak about telecom. We won't stop him. But do you support? Yes, we support our IT telecom valley. We support them financially. We participate in different joint programs. We engage universities because we've got the administrative lever. We help talking to bigger companies, industrial companies, to have synergy with the universities. Joint trainings, and so on and so forth. Once a quarter, the AKIM comes to see the startups, what's new, what can be offered by Telecom Valley. Sasha, is it true? Is that all true? I'll tell you more. This phrase, administrative lever or administrative resource, very often it's negative, but here it's positive. If you speak about IT development, it's possible only through love. If we speak about administrative resource, there is a third AKIM of the region that supports us. It's collaboration. Because we were far from the public sector. Some things are still not known to us, but we try to play the rules because we understand that these are government money, people's money. So everything must be arranged well. If we speak about work in Karaganda, it was a synergy, grassroots activities. We, private actors, shared our ideas. Because historically we are fintech and we are earning money as a private company. And we wanted to develop our beloved region. So we used to spend our personal money on renovation and rent. And we then built communications with the Akimat. We also visited our Polytechnical University to talk to a president to build this vertical line of communication. And if this is West Kazakhstan or other regions, it's important. And the secret recipe is that your local entrepreneurs, if they are supported by the administrative resource, it's always good. But it must be done, of course, on mutual consent basis. And also, there is a demand for development. There are always presidents of universities who wish changes. There are different programs with Republican funding. So, good stuff, anchor companies and corporations. One of the mistakes in Telecom Valley is that we didn't start working with the corporations right away. But Akimat always told us, you should do it, go there. But we have our own background. We are from retail space with mobile banking and everything. But it's important to work with corporations. Do work with them, because they will teach you either to earn more or to save more. AI is not a cult. It's an applied app. And you can use it if you can prove saving or additional income. So, outside Karaganda, we talked to many regions. Recently, I visited the Altai Invest Forum. I talked to the AKIM of East Kazakhstan. There is a Grand Mobile company, future Kazakh unicorns, and Kazink to build a hub there. Because Karaganda model was already used in Almaty, so it's a very good option to be supported by funding and to be supported by serious responsibility. We have tons of reporting. Nothing can happen without that. So in East Kazakhstan, what will be new in comparison to Karaganda? There are different universities with different background. Here we have Alexander Sokolov, founder of Flip KZ. He's from Karaganda. And they did lots of work. And thanks to them, Karaganda is developing. Also, there is EPAM, one of the biggest transactions in Kazakhstan. Anna was one of the HR managers there. Besides WPay with 150 people working. But there they have industry corporations. Grand Mobile focusing on games. So any city or any region is unique. In West Kazakhstan, there are talented entrepreneurs who were studied in Prague, in Astana, in East Kazakhstan, in Pavlodar. Baghdad Musin is from there, as well as people who did Sergiak project, Shymkent.
They have their own entrepreneurs there. They're all different, and this is how they are unique. And without Akimat, is it possible to develop an IT hub without Akimat? Then it should be a big corporation. A lot of energy is sent for the development of IT ecosystem. When there are investors, you need to keep them in the region. You provide all sorts of services to them. It's easier to do it where everything is already set. Yes, competition will be higher, but the result could be completely different. But if we don't develop it at all, then we don't get any results. I see in many regions we have some hubs, and they're quite successful. And a lot of activities and community management at different levels is building these networks, like Women in Tech, like Women in IT, and there are some other networks. We, as Women in Tech, we conduct different meetings with women in different regions. We've covered the Western region and other regions, and support of local administrations, akimats, in developing such hubs is the key one. Without infrastructure, developing such community is not possible, and it forces companies to stay. So just wanted to add that you've mentioned your opinion, that without akimats, is it possible to develop digitalization? I'd like to say that the head of state has launched the creation of this e-government, providing services to population, and how digitalization will be introduced, how much money we need for that, and if we introduce this digitization, how can we save more from the economic point of view? How can we simplify services provision? And if we do it at the highest level and with introduction of artificial intelligence, this will help to bring it to the highest level. For example, we have procured 40 cameras for certain millions, like 300 millions. And during the year, we had an income, a profit of 1,300 million. And with the use of those cameras, we've identified so many violations, traffic rule violations. And thanks to that, we reduced violations. So on the one hand, it brings income. On the second hand, it helps us to educate the the citizens to stop violations. So when we opened those hubs, the only hub was in Karaganda. And there was some entrepreneurs in that region who understood everything, but not in all regions we have such specialists. We see the interest in each region from entrepreneurs, and some of them can also sponsor this. And like we previously said, in Uskimen, for example, the guys from Uskimen, from Uсть-Каменогорск, they developed a game, and the whole world is now playing this game. And they're helping us in our activities as well. So many entrepreneurs now start to understand. They start to believe in this idea. And of course, at the first stages, without support of local administrations, it's not possible to develop such regional hubs. The more youth start to understand what is this, the more opportunities we have. We work with corporations in each region. We start doing some corporate accelerators, incubators, and entrepreneurs on the places. They start to understand what it is, how to approach it. They want to support it. So that means, for example, if in Karaganda there is some interested groups, in Temirtau, in Mangostau we've opened a hub. In Zhanaozen we now have entrepreneurs who initially started their activities in startup projects, and now they want to open up the new IT hubs. So there is a basic understanding, meaning that there are regional IT hubs, and Astana IT hub is supporting not just its regional hubs, but also other IT communities that want to get developed. That's why opening the IT hubs with the support of local administrations, more people get to know. We had a program of hackathon that are conducted at the same time around the country. They were mainly from Astana and Almaty, and there were 5,000 participants. And if previously there were just let's say mature developers, but now we have even the school students along with them, and there are some winners among them, so along with mature specialists. So thanks to these regional IT hubs, where they have done very significant work and made others to believe into this idea. Actually, this is very important because we always say that there is a lot of young people who want to go to megapolises, to big cities, but now you can do it in the regions, in the small towns, and this policies of Akimats, it's quite interesting. And I'd like to mention that we have a small media project, and we had an interview with Ashat Kalim, and Ashat, together with his brother, they have 2 large TikTok houses, and they develop the bloggers in Kazakhstan. And I told him, like, after COVID, we have a baby boom in the country, and the first thing is that these children will soon go to kindergartens and schools. Okay, this is the problem of the government, of local administrations. But then they will require employment, and they will all be moving around. They will try to go to big regions like Astana, Almaty, Atyrau in West Kazakhstan. And he told me a story about a boy who is looking after a ship, and he's providing a great content. And thanks to that, they develop, they get millions of followers and people watching the videos. And they try to identify such new talents. You can do it in the regions, become very creative young people, become bloggers. And in this regards, it's important that regional IT hubs are developing and our talented people will be participating in these IT communities. There are already successful cases in each region, and they say that it's not required to go to Astana, Almaty, or even to United States or Silicon Valley and so on, that you can stay in your places. Just a couple of questions I still have to Nirlan. You talked about infrastructure. There are many infrastructural problems. Karaganda region is one of the biggest ones. I'm personally from Karaganda. I love this region, this town. And as for the infrastructure, what measures are you planning to introduce? Maybe this is more related to internet now. This is a large region. And what support measures to IT companies, startups are of the most effect? Well, as for the infrastructure, we now need fiber optics that would reach every abandoned area. It's quite expensive, and physically and financially it's a problem to reach each region. But maybe in some areas at least to use copper or some other technologies to reach every abandoned area. What support we need to hubs? First of all, state support. I think all colleagues would agree with me that we need to support them, support startups and joint cooperations, doing works probably more with larger enterprises to collaborate with them. And because there is always some pain, and there should be some preferences. Regional hubs, they don't have such preferences or tax benefits, and I think colleagues would support me. I think Aida is ready to comment. Yeah, I think we should actually promote it. It's a great topic, yeah, because, okay, they would get registered in Astana Hub, and then Astana Hub and the ministry would also translate it as their followers. So we translate it from big tribunes that it's Astana Hub. Yeah, we should have talked about it from the beginning, yeah. And Aida, if you are ready to comment, please. Yeah. Well, this is what we're working on now. When we created those tax preferences, there were no regional IT hubs, there were no branches. And today we see there are branches around Kazakhstan, and we started working on this issue. We have more than 1,700 participants in Astana Hub who use tax preferences, and out of them 201 company from the regions, and we now consider as there are companies in the region, and 1% will go to the regions. It will go not to Astana Hub central office, but to the branches. And when do you plan it? Next year. This year we already started working on this, and as you know, we are merged now. We are now Park of Information Technologies, PIT, and we have 1% from subsoil users, and we are working on this issue. So mainly it's subsoil users from the regions who are members, and from this 1%, this will be directed at this region. Yeah, the subsoil users is very important because this is more like significant amounts. This is now clear why Alexander I decided to go to East Kazakhstan. I want to support the words of my colleague Erlan, and all talents are coming from the region. All good startup members are from the regions, not from the big cities, and that's why the path could only be successful if we have these young followers. And Amir Sayatov, he developed a new program for the shops through the game. And through new technologies, he is dealing with sales of these products, and he is already earning a lot. Ticketon is another platform. And through Ticketon, we have Point Zero. This is where we sell tickets to theaters, concert halls, and these applications are useful. And as we need to provide support to those guys from Astana Hub, Western region, where we have around 10 companies. And if we will not provide support to them, they will not be able to survive. Yeah, this is an important topic. And this will also lead to competition between regions to keep the talents. And I just remembered that when Bakhjan was Akim of Almaty Akimat, and I was his advisor, we had a meeting with IT companies, and he just started and he asked guys like, what do you need? Astana Hub just opened, and the question was, what do you need to develop IT in the region? And one of the representatives of the company said, we don't need anything, actually. The only thing we need is to have clean air in Almaty, because we live here and we want to continue working here. And we can develop IT ourselves, but can you actually deal with ecology? This is very important. So, because IT guys, they also want to live in beautiful, nice cities with good fresh air, and there are very talented boys and girls developing very good projects, and they actually want to promote their regions with their products, and if there will be certain percentages even that will go to them with dotations, that would even be better. Last question to Alexander. We will talk about export. There are many companies that enter international markets from the regions. What do we need to do to make in order to help our companies to enter international markets? Well, it's a complex question. Before I answer, I want to talk a little bit about digitalization. There are two very different blogs about IT specialists in the regions, and for example, when we have GovTech added up, smart, safety, security, for women, for example, to make services higher quality. But it's not related to the second block. Second block is that this sector, IT sector, should be developed in the regions with investors, someone entering capital, someone opening offices, maybe in in other countries. So this added value for these people, for new citizens who have experience in consuming some sort of very fashionable coffee and new terms and words, so that this cluster of people would be formed. This is one block. And if we talk about accessing expert, what do we want? We just want this big news headlines that a person from Kazakhstan has opened an office in Dubai or United States? Or do we actually want this to become part of our life? So this company should open in those places where people work. If Germany, then Germany. If United States, then United States. So that there is a company in Karaganda, in Uralsk, in Shymkent, and that it would pay taxes, and there would be those people using it. When we talk about expert, even freelancers, the person that moves to another city to earn his 2,000-3,000 maybe USD, or maybe working remotely, this is like 1.5 million to the economy, even if he is not paying his taxes, because he is spending money. He rents apartment, pays to his coach, fitness coach. His children go to school, to kindergarten, and so on and so forth.
So people who work at factories, so this approach must be this one. Regions, they fight for talents, but actually they don't. They fight with people moving to Almaty and Astana. Well, people don't think about leaving Uralsk for Karaganda. They tend to go to bigger cities, Almaty and Astana. Hubs development leads to competition between Pavlodar, Karaganda, because Akhimat gave us an opportunity to work with the legionnaires, those who work in conciliators and hackathons. They may not be from Karaganda, but if they get investments, they must have residence in Karaganda. People from Kostanay went to Karaganda, opened the office there. Same with the Almaty lady. So we would like to keep our IT talents here. They pay 10% or some kind of other tax discounts or some other benefits for the companies registered in a certain city. So the government, the local authorities, wish to keep their talents, and the competition is growing. Correct. We have a program. It's called Urban to Rural program. The Akim of East Kazakhstan region relocated people from urban area to rural area because we are located on the border. We have to protect our borders, we have to protect our lands, and therefore we need schools, we need kindergartens for the teachers and IT people to be willing to go there. In the regions, the housing is provided under this urban to rural program. So, anything to add? For the last 4.5 years, I've been doing it as an optional activity, sometimes even more than fintech. Another important point we forgot to mention, for the development of industry, it's important for the people to understand that they're not unique and their story is not super rare. It's important for people to talk. I'm speaking about tech businesses, to talk to business angels and other entrepreneurs. Why it's important to bring people from other cities and countries. There are two examples in Karaganda, two entrepreneurs. One was meeting venture investors, Murat Abdrahmanov, who invested in a billion-sized company, Adil Nurgozhin, Chocolife, and he was investor there, one of the first ones. They talked, both talked. One got a transaction with Grant Mobile. So it is something that really generated money. And the second guy, $200,000 were given to him by Most, and he'll go to the US to promote the project, although they were not part of the programs. They worked with business angels. Those people who went through hackathon, first-year students, they have never worked in the industry, but they have portfolios that show their works in hackathon to future employees.
На самом деле это все работает, мне кажется, да, вот оно все одно за другое цепляет, и оно все работает, и вот есть модное слово экосистема.
There is a fashionable word, ecosystem. Whether you like it or not, but creation of an ecosystem at every level, at the level of every region, is key. Thank you so much. This was a very useful session to know more about what is happening, where the region goes. I got a lot of useful information from this session. Thank you so much, dear speakers. Thank you for your patience.
Құрметті қонақтар, бүгінгі панельдік сессиямыз аяқталды.